Pull up my mother and I'm always on time. Say not only you are the girls on the side. Do that you put like you're not porcupine. And I like your way, so I must say, you got me confused. I'm in the mood. If I shaka what you want me, I call you. You got me confused. I'm in the mood. If I shaka what you want me, I call you. You can buy me a job. Position me on my conscience out. I mean, I talk when you're giving me a ball. Never your house and I'll be your you can buy me a job. Position me on my conscience out. I mean, I talk when you're giving me a ball. Never your house and I'll be your
She wants a gangster in a bed tonight. She wants me, I know. And man, a full ground me a day tonight. She a calling my phone. Oh, she say when you so unruly. Tell me the main reason you want me. The man with a ED. Curious girl, she got questions for Siri. We got that booty and wife me. So crazy, you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding it. Spread the out two legs slightly. Oh, mama spread them so widely. Caribbean girl won't die for me. She have to die for me, yeah, yeah. Bounce your body on we, bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know fish out. Yeah, bounce your body on we, bounce you out. I'm on no screen, no push out. Yeah, no loud them, no loud them. Ninja boy, me not fear nothing. Me, I'm like money and they smell like me. Skin I come for you every day flaunting. Yoruba team under they knock anything. Burning the midnight with a Rizla. And I cock me rifle just to ease a Gina. Better quickly stop the teaser. Give what belongs to Caesar, to Caesar. Wiggle that booty and wine for me. So crazy you driving me. Girl, you put it on me nicely. She riding it, I'm sliding it. Spread it out two legs slightly. Oh, mama spread them so widely. Caribbean girl won't die for we bounce you out, we go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know fish out. Yeah, bounce your body out, we bounce you out. I'm on no screen, no south. Yeah, no loud them, baby. Bounce your body out, we bounce you out. Girl, you go down, not to south. Sure you agree, I know.
Orí mi gbé mi débi rere, kẹsẹ̀ mi sìn mí débẹ̀ o. Im junior colleague ló kí délé, dákun má ṣe tèmi báyẹn o. I no wan dey beg you for rapa, Èdùmàrè báyà máa yà sá. So tey if I champion gate, yeah, make you know say I dey para o. Owó tí màá ní tó máa là mí, ọlá tó máa sọ mí dènà yìí. Connection wey go change my life. Got to schedule come up where to gallant. Make it come my way. Make it come my way. Make it come my way. Give me back to share. Make it come my way. Make it come my way. Make it come my way. Give me back to share. I no want to beg you for money. I just go out not to for money. But tell them I just come up with first class in the world. Europe, Yankee, Kilo Kuro, Itimo Tanino Kuto. You broke up broken bottles. Forgive me, Kuto Batimo Kuto. I'm walking far away from all the sorrows and the pain. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Call on my January, call on my January. Make all my friends and families my general come and take me. Orí mi gbé mi débi rere, kẹsẹ̀ mi sì mí débẹ̀ o. Im junior colleague ló kí gbélé, dákun má ṣe tèmi báyẹn o. I no wan dey beg you for rapa, Èdùmàrè báyà máa yà sá. So tey if I champion gate, make you know say I dey para o. Owó tí màá ní tó máa là mí, ọlá tó máa sọ mí dènà yìí.
my day. Bye, boy now. Boy now. I don't wanna give my life for you, give my life for you. All over the news, all over the news. Only God, I know the kind of thing I do, the kind of thing we do. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no, ungodly. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no, ungodly. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they comforting me, it's why I die sometimes. A little Henny and ice. Graffiti could do my mind. Take a live this life. One Charlie boy day, Charlie boy day. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no, I got the lead. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they comforting me. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no, I got the lead. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they comforting me, it's why I die sometimes. The little Henny and ice. Graffiti could
I make you always so. Them mama, them papa, I let them want to quarrel. From my heart, I wish you well.
NigerFlavor.com. Joromi, I want you to love me. Joromi, baby. Joromi, Kilo de. Why you know they call me Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, I don't give you signal. Why you know they see me out? I give you green light to tire. I'm a killer babu. Yeah, you know they fumble. I go shoot my shot to your Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. You know you can call me later. I want to be your lover. Oh baby, call me later. For la people CBO, talk to your friend, oh. Joromi, baby, oh. Joromi, oh. Should be what looks out for me. You talk say it like me. I be rolling, pardon. Kilo de Joro. I dey give you signal. She you know they see me. I give you green light, fire. I'm a killer babu. No malo fungu. I go shoot my shot to you. So Joro, baby, take my number. You know you can call me later. I want to be your lover. Oh baby, call me later.
NigerFlavor.com.
Oh baby, no be crying. Let person love you, I love you, baby. Yes, I love you, baby. Oh, baby, tell me why. You dare take your time. Just call me, baby, mine. Oh, baby, take my number. Oh, my number. Maybe you can call me later. Yeah, I want to be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Baby, kilo shele gongo. I dey wait for you sincerely, mama. Me, I want to be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later.
More music at NigerFlavor.com.
They told me everybody's 15 minutes in a different time zone. And since I have it at the moment, you the one I wanna shine my light on. Get your life, little mama, won't you get your life on?
Ain't nothing cooler than the wrong moves when you do them to the right song, the right song. Let's shoot this movie and put the shit on repeat. I hope this memories I make you fall asleep. Before we hit the road, put our phones on silent. Nobody's trying to bring sand to the beach. What would it take to change your plans for the weekend? Cause I'm trying to kick it like E. The whole thing, the pre-party, the pre-sex. Then we hit the major league with a Jesus.
I like you, girl, in particular. You in particular. Say, I like your waist in particular. Say, I like you, girl, in particular. Yeah. You in particular. Say, I like your waist in particular.
Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close ahead. Creatures crawl in search of blood. Falls across the land. The midnight hour is close ahead. Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close ahead. Creatures crawl in search of blood. Falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood. Falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood.
It's close to midnight. Something evil lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, it feels like I almost stopped your heart. You try to scream, but time takes the sound before you make it. You start to bleed, and mother looks you like a kid in your eyes. You're paralyzed. I'm gonna bring it tonight. अब चल आजा थर 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 कांपे थर थर डर डर जी से डर अब ना
புள்ள தமிழ் தெரியாதா ஹிந்தில
1 second.
पूनम की चांद को घुंघट चुरा के
चकमा के मेरे खाई तू ही बता जाऊं मैं कहाँ मुझको दुआ किसकी लगी भाई आके बता रहा हूँ तो यहाँ
ले फिकर आजा इधर बीच में लगा ले तू
1 2 3 4 get on the dance floor.
Joker.
As I say, I'm more or you. Pull it back, Diddy, or you. Walk, pull it back, pull it back, pull it back. Melody again. Mon ami, enfin, je dis, joue la flûte. Aïe, 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 pour finir par les gars, c'est
We bring it back again. The remix with your busy body. Your beat. Everybody there. It's the word I see.
Tell me how you let me go. As they start, people yaga, they start to dance, yeah. But as I enter, I'm on the party starter, the party starter. Tell me, are you ready, yo? Are you ready, yo? You're ready, lucky, yo. Listen to the story, into personality, too. Personality, too. Hey, yo. You're ready to personality, too.
Boom, out to the PLB, very good, boom, boom. I out to the Kenny, boom, out to the PLB, very good, boom, boom.
Girl, I'm in the mood to fire. Girl, I'm in the mood to fire. Open fire, girl, I'm in the mood to fire. Girl, I'm in the open fire. Get me love the package. I wanna let it down, make it. If I give you one, I can give it two. My girls are ready. Sure you don't know me, make you not sorry. Don't give me sorry. Girl, I'm a cool lady. That's why I'm so addicted, this summer done. Spend the money, rubber band. Keep you so safe like a bully walker. Now me and you today, we go open fire. Girl, I'm in the mood to fire. Open fire, girl, I'm in the mood to fire. To fire, girl, I'm in the mood to fire. fire, girl, I'm in the fire. Open fire.
Making paper, who's going to say no matter? They wanna make like you not the baddest. This thing is a process, so home and BS. Maybe you will get there. So then go prepare with the real ass. The wiggle, winner. The wig winner, 4,000. Whack, winner. The whack winner, make a cake. Yak, winner. Crack, winner, take a matter. So you better jack down, come and don't think you got it too much. Out to you, can you?
Thank you. Can we please put our hands together for them?
A round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Can we have some volume, please? Volume.
Hello. We are trying to Sonosuke, but Wahala.
Hello. Which one is louder? This? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you can hear my voice, can I have a round of applause if you can hear my voice? If you can hear my voice upstairs, can you please wave? Okay. If you can hear my voice, can I hear you say no? If you can hear my voice, please say no.
You see, you literally heard everything he said, word for word.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, is it better now? Is it better now? If you think it is better, please can I have a round of applause? A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Yeah, check it.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado,
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we want to welcome you to the finals of the biggest literary and debating competition in sub-Saharan Africa, the biggest public speaking event in sub-Saharan Africa, ladies and gentlemen. If you are excited to be at the Joro Final 2021, can you please put your hands together? Give yourself a resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. My name is Adeleke Ademola Wolabi. My friends call me Demo Pumping, and I'll be doing this alongside
with Demo. Let's say we go share this one. Okay, go that side. Test that one.
Check.
Hey!
Can you hear me?
They can hear you.
Can you hear me? All right. So once again, my name is Egbeleke Ademola Owolabi. My friends call me Demo Pumping, and I'll be hosting this alongside.
Wait, your name was very long. I didn't know where to come in. Just give us the summarized version. Let's do it again.
All right. My name is Egbeleke Ademola. My friends call me Demo Pumping.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Precious Ibe, and we want to officially welcome you to the final of the Jaw War 2021. Trust me, it has been a very long journey coming, from the preliminary rounds to the quarterfinals to the semi-finals, and here live at the International Conference Center Ibadan, we are live at the finals for this year's edition. If you are excited to be seated and you can't wait to have your mind blown away, can you please put your hands together for yourself? Please put your hands together. People in the gallery, put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together. Trust me, the food is going to start from up there. Put your hands together, put your hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, also on that note, can you just look at someone next to you and wave to the person as a sign of greeting? Can you just greet someone next to you? Just greet someone next to you. Yeah, just. If you have your nose mask and you're not using the microphone, please, we would like that you actually use. See? So today I understand that we have a lot of faculties, halls, and also we have universities outside the University of Ibadan here present. So please let me just run through the people that will be speaking in this final, their names and their halls. And if you are here to support them, please just make some noise and give them a round of applause. So first on my list for the Freshers Oratory Contest, I have from the Great Independence Hall, Erimola John.
Ladies and gentlemen, also from the Great Independence Hall, still in the same category, the Freshers category, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Adebayo Abdurrahman. Put your hands together, put your hands together. They are freshers, however, they are participating in today's oratory contest.
Okay. From the hall of the very beautiful, delectable ladies, Queen Elizabeth II Hall, I have Olabisi Oladayo. A round of applause.
Like manner, so that's all we can get from the Premier Hall. From the Premier Hall, the great Kenneth Mellamby Hall, can we give a resounding applause to Adejare David?
All right. From the prestigious Faculty of Pharmacy, I have Omitola Shehu. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, going to the Jaw War National Final, I have all the way from the University of Ilorin Odesoya, Damilola David. A round of applause.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, give a resounding applause to
Abbas Abiola. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very prestigious
Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, I have Adediro Ireba Milaye Eniola.
In like manner, I would like to welcome and recognize the representative from the great Obafemi Awolowo University. Make some noise for Femi Ajongolo.
Thank you for murdering the name. Please forgive him for murdering your name. I would have corrected him, but I also don't know the pronunciation.
That's the British pronunciation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for this one, I expect the applause to be over the roof. Ladies and gentlemen,
the greatest,
from the first and the best, the Premier University, Olamide Bolaji.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be proceeding to the representatives for the inter-hall debate competition.
How many halls started this debate?
How many halls started?
Yes.
I think in total, about, if I'm not mistaken, like 74 halls started.
74 halls. Is it in Nigeria or in UI?
In UI.
Oh, wow.
You know, there are different factions.
Okay.
There was Agboro Hall, Ajibode Hall.
Yeah, now I get it.
But after everything, we are left with just 2 people.
of Faculty of Arts have proven time and time again to be one of the strongest that can go up against. And today, we'll be putting that to the battle. And the Fair of Arts is Oluwaseun Sanwo-Olu. And supporting Oluwaseun Sanwo-Olu as the second speaker, I have none other than Okusanya Goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we present to you a speaker at the JOWO 2021 finals. Can we give them a resound?
Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to please ask that we all rise to our feet to take the national anthem so that we can start officially. Thank you.
The national anthem followed immediately by the Can we give the University of Ibadan and the nation Nigeria a round of applause? Screen. Bro, it's 5 points. We believe in silence. We believe in silence. In the end. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, would like to specially recognize the presence of distinguished guests in our midst. Would like to specially recognize the presence of distinguished guests in our midst. And it is no news that the University of Ibadan come under a new leadership, and by so of members of the decision-making body of the University of Ibadan. Now, with a resounding applause, let us make welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. Put your hands together for Professor Ronke Bayeroju.
We love you, ma. Thank you, mommy, for coming. Thank you very much, ma. God bless you, ma.
Also in like manner, we would like to specially recognize the presence of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnership.
Thank you very much, mommy, for coming. Thank you, ma. God bless you, ma. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I'd like to acknowledge the presence and also welcome to the front the parents of the Joro or the Literary and Debating Society president, the parents of Otito Ayeni in person of Professor and Pastor Mrs. A.O. Ayeni. Please a round of applause for them.
Are we clapping or what? Joro 2021 can do a lot better. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in like manner, we'll be moving on without any delay to the key address for today's event.
Now, before our speaker comes up, I'd like to quickly acknowledge you that it will be in your best interest to bring out right about now the pen and the paper, because our speaker came all the way from the Trinidad and Tobago. She had a meeting, she just had to come because it's you are here. So she has to come all the way down. So I would really acknowledge you to come right about now with the pen and the paper to jot things down. With a resounding applause, we'll be having the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker happens to be the CEO of Relish Work, as well as a member of the Forbes Council. A member of the Forbes Council. I remember when we met way back in 2005, when I was nominated for Forbes, I think Forbes was at 20. You remember that year now? I don't. I'm supposed to lie. I don't. They say it's lonely at the top. Your friends will betray you. So you're trying to say you're at the top now? Like, from the height, I'm at the top. Oh, okay. All right. That works. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a resounding applause to the keynote speaker of today's event? Put your hands together for Kemi Okunkoya. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Make some noise. Make some noise. Make some noise. Make some noise. Make some noise.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. How are we doing today? It is such a great honor and a great privilege to be here. And it is first good to be home. because I graduated from the University of Ibadan, and I proudly carry the flag wherever I go. So I am proud to be home. Thank you so much for the great privilege. I would like to extend my greatest wishes and, convey my best wishes to the Vice Chancellor of the Ibadan. Thank you also to the Deputy Vice Chancellor here present, and also all members of the highest executive decision-making council, to all lecturers, to all, members of this great
body, the Society of Literacy and the Debating Society of the University of Ibadan. This is huge and is highly commendable. So I say a big well done to all the principal partners. I say a big well done to all the team that has put this together. And I say a big well done to each and every one of you for the great work that you are doing. Congratulations and keep up the good job. So I have been tasked with an assignment. And in 7 minutes, I have been asked to convey a message of hope, a message of possibility, which centers heavily around the theme of this year's event, which is Africa in the era of the new normal. And most particularly, I have been asked to talk about how young and bright public speakers can successfully forge a clear path as they set out in the business world and in Africa in general. Now, I'm sure that the word or the phrase, the new normal, is one that we have heard over and over again. And sometimes it begins to sound like a broken record. But the reality is that the new normal is here to stay with us. What COVID-19 did was to be the oxytocin that ripened the new normal for us. Now, the new normal in itself has presented us a new reality. And I like to say that the new normal equals new opportunities. I like to say that the new normal equals new possibilities. And I would like to share some thoughts around that. So when the COVID-19 came knocking on our doors, none of us was spared. We all had to learn new ways of doing things. We all had to learn new ways of interacting with each other. But then, right in this room today, we have learned how to wear our masks for long and extended hours, something which seemed almost impossible. And now we find ourselves being comfortable in the mask for 2-3 hours or even more. The new normal in itself presented us with what we call a VUCA world. And the VUCA world is a term that was borrowed from the US military. And VUCA stands for V, volatility, U, uncertainty, C, complexity, and A, ambiguity. Now, the uniqueness of this word, like I said, is one that has presented us with unique opportunities. I remember just right when the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, and we had to close our offices. We were not sure of what the next paycheck was going to look like. We had a lot of trainings in different parts of the world that we had to postpone. And some of them are still postponed till this moment that I speak. But then something came alive. It was a new opportunity. It was a new market. It opened our eyes to the possibilities of the future. And then we explored this new world, the virtual world, the world that helped us connect with other people all over the world. And yet we connected and we were able to pass our messages across like we were in the same room, even though we did not have the privilege of hugging each other. But then we could send virtual hugs and the waves electronically. Our business learned how to relate with our customers in a different way. We started to hold what we call virtual meetings. It was a new way of doing things, but it brought new possibilities. I remember the very first day that I got an email from the Forbes Council inviting me to join the Forbes Council. I was amazed because a few years ago, I was on the website trying to find out how to become a member. But then I saw that it wasn't open to people in Africa. But right in the middle of the pandemic, a new possibility broke. And then we could interact with the world without the barriers. We started to operate in a world that we called a borderless world because we could interact with people, we could do business across the Atlantic, and we could also push our businesses forward. Today, the opportunity still exists. And for public speakers who want to go beyond and above, we simply cannot afford to hold on to the same old ways that we used to do things. There is a quote that I particularly love, and the quote is by Peter Drucker. And it says that the greatest disaster in a time of turbulence is not the turbulence in itself. It is dealing with yesterday's logic. And that means that as public speakers, we cannot afford to hold on to the same old ways, to the same old ideologies, and to the same old perspectives that we have held on. Indeed, have a place in this new normal, and the new normal that doesn't just help you deal with change, but helps you understand how you can position yourself even before the change happens. This we have to equip ourselves with. Now, one interesting thing that I have learned in the course of this few, months or few years is that the world responds to one thing. The world responds to value. The world responds to value. And it doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter what your social economic status is. It doesn't matter what your alma mater is. The world cares about the value that you bring. So as a public speaker, a young and bright and enterprising public speaker who wants to succeed in this world, who wants to navigate effectively in this new world of business, you have to always bring value to the table. And some of the ways that you can bring value to this table in this VUCA world is to have what we call the antidote of VUCA. Remember, I said VUCA is V standing for volatility, U standing for uncertainty, C standing for complexity, and A standing for ambiguity. The VUCA to this are vision, understanding, very difficult because I thought, how exactly am I able to hold on to preaching this message consistently? But guess what? The world of today would recognize you as a public speaker when we can identify exactly what your niche is. So clarity is very important. Therefore, for public speakers who want to successfully forge a clear path as they set out in the business world and in Africa in general, they need to embrace clarity. And that means you have to embrace clarity. Now, the next thing you need to also do is to develop competence. Develop competence. Now that you are clear about your message, now about exactly what you want to speak about, you need to develop competence. And by competence, we live in a world now that we have access to information like never before, where right from the confines of your room, you can access information in any part of the world, where we have a lot of MOOCs, online courses, materials on YouTube. We have information right at the very tip of our fingernails. It is important that we constantly develop competence, because that way the world would hear your message and they would understand the value that you bring to the world. One other thing that you have to also equip yourself with on this journey is the ability to communicate effectively. Now you have been able to identify what your message is. You also need to be able to communicate that message effectively. This means that you have to be seen. This means that your voice needs to be heard. This means that you should not go on from here, hiding under the table, saying things like, I am shy. How many of us, does that sound familiar to? I don't like being seen. I like being at the back end. Some of those we have to let go of. We need to develop the confidence, and then we also need to develop confidence to share our message and share our message so courageously. The other thing we have to equip ourselves with is the ability to connect with people. Like I said, the VUCA world has presented us with new opportunities, and it's an opportunity that helps you connect with anyone in the world like they are right beside you. Last year, I had a message, and the message was about how we can develop leaders who are able to be consistent in every area of their leadership expression. So I took my pen and my paper and I began to write. And then I thought, how can I share this message with the world? I shared it through a book. And through that book, I was able to connect with great people all over the world. I connected right in my office in Surulere, Lagos, with a wonderful woman called Oprah Winfrey. And we connected through email. Isn't that amazing? How connected the world can be. At the event, we had, a lot of thought leaders in Nigeria, some of which include the Honorable Minister, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, and a host of other leaders, right from my office desk. So it means that the new normal has presented us with new opportunities. And it will be for you to hold on to these opportunities and let go of all your excuses so that you can successfully forge ahead in this career of public speaking. And this is because you have a message to the world, and the world needs to hear you now. So, what commitment do you make today? What commitment do you make today? Would you like to share your value with the world? The world is waiting to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Please, can I have that applause louder for her? Please make it louder, make it louder, make it louder.
Thank you very much, Ma. Kemi Ogukoya. God bless you. I appreciate you a great deal. Thank you. I'm just waiting for her to get to her seat. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a round of applause one more time for the keynote speaker? One more time. One more time. Thank you. I took a little bit of some notes from what she said. And I think, like in summary for me, you said that we should make use of opportunities that are abound now, and that we cannot continue to do things. I don't want distraction for her, please. Thank you. Thank you, ma. So you said we cannot continue to do things like we used to do before the pandemic now. So I just want to say that I don't know if you have a particular MC that you used to use before. If I can join your list of MCs moving forward. Yes, I'm very competent, available to travel. I have an email address. So I'm just saying, thank you very much, ma. God bless you. So ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'll be moving to the Freshers Oratory Contest. You feel free to clap, please feel free to clap.
Okay. Yeah, and the topic they will be speaking on is Africa in the era of the new normal. Africa in the era of the new normal. I have the privilege of calling on the following speakers for the Freshers Oratory Contest. Okay, but before I do that, my name is Rachel Omonua, and I will be co-hosting with the other MCs. I'm the third wheel in their relationship. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not busy, put them together for Erimola John from the Great Independence Hall. Erimola John from the Great Independence Hall. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget that we have just one very simple rule. Whenever we have a speaker on board, we want you to please maintain maximum silence so that the judges can hear them very well. Thank you very much.
The year is 2020. The scene before us is set in the commercial capital of Africa's most populous nation. A scene of thousands of youths marching in solidarity against police brutality. Sorosoke is their cry, and social media is their gong. Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to Africa's new normal, woke culture. To proceed, I look not to Merriam-Webster or the Oxford Dictionary, but to a 2017 quote by David Brooks, who defined being woke as being radically aware and justifiably paranoid, and also as being cognizant of the rot pervading the world's power structures. The word woke, as used in that context, has its origins in 1930s Black America. Over the years, it has remained a mainstay in African-American lingo, with a recent resurgence fueled by the Black Lives Matter movement following the unjust killing of Michael Brown. Woke culture has become a phrase and an umbrella term for a culture that includes socially liberal causes, feminism, LGBTQ plus activism, race equity, and so on. And like all things Western, woke culture has found its way to Africa. So, how has this become the new normal on our continent? The answer lies with a generation born between the 1980s and mid-1990s, the millennials. African millennials absorbed this culture from the US and the rest of the West, nurtured it to match their culture switch, and advanced a new dance of belief. In the absence of racism in most parts, African woke culture mainly consists of radical political ideologies, discourses on gender and sexuality, and actions against prejudice. It was widely accepted as a suitable replacement for the culture of complacency common among older Africans. In Algeria, woke millennials were at the forefront of protest against President Bouteflika, who was seeking his 5th term since 1999. In Uganda, one of them, a certain Bobby Wine, ran a courageous campaign against the sitting president, almost losing his life in the process. And in our dear Nigeria, members of the LGBTQ plus community braved the odds, publicly and fearlessly waving the rainbow flag during the EndSARS protest. Dear audience, Generation Woke has indeed awoken the sleeping continent. However, will she rise? I ask this not as a rhetoric. Rather, I ask because the very people who claim to be woke are so oblivious to many of their mistakes that it's preferable to say they are in a state of a shared coma. We only have to look at the toxic misandry disguised as feminism prevalent on the African Twitter space. From Ghana to Egypt and down to Kenya, Men Has Come is the anthem of many. Youths in South Africa are so eager to be seen as woke that they have copied the North American script word for word. Ladies and gentlemen, do we now say that this is the way forward? Now, in my conclusion, are we in an era of darkness? In their rush to drive Africa forward, has the woke generation steered us into an oasis without considering the rest of the desert? Or perhaps the benefit that awaits far outweigh the challenges that they face, and as such, make wokeness a path that is definite to our faith? Alas, only time has these answers. Ladies and gentlemen, an era has begun. A new normal is here. Africa is woke, and our children lead the way. May the odds be in our favor. My name is Erio Malajo.
Please put your hands together once again for the speaker, Erimola John. Now moving quickly to the second speaker for today from the great Independence Hall as well. Put your hands together for Adebayo Abdurrahman.
Distinguished audience, Africa's current state can be likened to that of FC Barcelona when they lost by 4-0 against PSG in 2017. Going into the second leg, Barca had two options. It's either they allowed that show of shame to repeat itself or they turn the game around. In the African scenario, the match is between the continent and development. Before offering a tactical formation on how Africa can win the second leg of in the era of the new normal, ushered in by COVID-19, let's identify how the continent lost before. The first goal Africa conceded was in the area of cooperation, according to a 2017 report by Brookings Institute. The lack of cooperation and the imposition of artificial borders among African countries is responsible for the continent's poor economic state. Audience, no doubt, African countries are blessed with immense natural resources. But despite this, why are they absent in the WhatsApp group of developed countries? The answer lies in industrialization. And this answer is the second goal the continent conceded. According to a 2016 African Renewal magazine published by the United Nations, due to the continent's slow industrialization, it was responsible for less than 2% of the world's total manufacturing output. Judges, all these goals were considered by the continent before COVID-19 struck in the early days of 2020, putting a pause to life as we know it. Unfortunately, as we gradually begin to put the pandemic behind us, we will not be turning to life as we know it, but to one with a lot of new normals. And with this new normal comes an avenue for Africa to recover its gold deficit against development. To do this, the continent has to borrow some leaves from the tree of wisdom it banked on to battle the pandemic and perhaps Barcelona. One, the need for cooperation is quite straightforward. Barca won the second leg against PSG because of the impeccable teamwork between the individual talents of Messi and Neymar at the NG feet of Gerard Piqué. So for Africa to experience true development in this new normal, we must combine the intellectual prowess of Nigerians and the practicality of Egyptians with the acuity of South Africans and the athletic vitality of Kenyans. 2, in the peak of the pandemic, Senegal created with a $1 COVID-19 testing kit. Ghana began to use zipline drones to take samples to testing sites, and Rwanda transformed into a cashless economy. All this points towards the capacity of Africans to be innovative. All we need to do is to transform this level of innovativeness into industrialization, and Africa will stop being the continent that has natural resources, yet struggle to harness the potentials of its human resources. Finally, like John Maxwell once said, everything rises and falls on leadership. So as Africa begins the journey to embrace true development in this new normal, we must ensure that only capable individuals who put Africa first are entrusted with leadership responsibilities. With the right leadership, this new normal will be nothing but an avenue for Africa to stop being a dark continent, but one that lights the path for development globally. I am Adebayo Abdurrahman, a true African.
Raman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Special shout out to Abdurrahman. Since you decided to go the route of football, let me use this opportunity to send special condolences to Manchester United fans. All right. So you people are doing as if you are not in trouble. Are you not in trouble? All right. So next speaker from the Faculty of Pharmacy, speaking on the same topic, please welcome with me to this podium, Omitola Sheon. Is he or she available? All right, in the absence of Omitola, we'll just move on. All the way from Queen Elizabeth to all, Olabisi Owadayo. Is she present? A round of applause, make it big, make it big, make it big.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Peter Collins Dictionary defines era as an event or date that marks the beginning of a new period. Therefore, we are seeing that like a snake, Africa has shed off its old skin and has revealed a new skin, a new normal. To analyze this claim, let us examine Africa under the light of logic using 4 lenses. Lens 1, technological advancement. A report given by African Business showed that for decades, Africa was a continent with very low technological advancement. But between 2015 to 2020, the growth of technology in Africa was 6 times faster than the average global growth. Currently, there are over 640 tech startup companies in Africa, which have generated over $4 billion from investment. Tech is rapidly growing in Africa. Rwanda currently uses a 4G network across the country. South Africa is creating thousands of digital jobs. Egypt is growing a massive e-commerce market. And even Nigeria has wonderful tech innovations that cut across many sectors. This just shows that despite the challenges and inadequacies that we see, tech in Africa will continue to rise like the waves of the sea. And this is a new normal. Lens 2. Views and opinions. One African news reported that due to religious and cultural reservations, Africa has consistently frowned at the LGBTQIA+ community and even made laws to criminalize them. However, GlobalCitizen.org reported that in recent times, Africans are rapidly accepting and supporting this community, with countries like Angola, Botswana, Mozambique, and joining South Africa to decriminalize members of this community. With the way the support is increasing rapidly, Africa might soon come to a point where most countries will legalize the LGBTQIA+ community. And so we can see that this is a new normal. Lens 3, political participation. The International Politics and Society Journal reported that for many decades, there has been a rapid display of political apathy among African youth. This is mostly due to corrupt practices and also the culture that encourages youth to respect elders without questioning their authority. However, this same source states that due to the COVID-19 lockdown, there was massive political sensitization, which benefited many youths, mostly on the social media. This experience produced a lot of politically informed youths who know their rights, and this is leading to a more politically active Africa. The youth have come to see that wisdom is not just about how far the elders can see, but about creating a better future for you and me. And this is a new normal. In conclusion, change is the neutral mirror that shows us who we were and who we have become. Therefore, Africa must adapt and flow with the tides of positive change. For a wise man said, seasons come, seasons go, but we must change if we must grow. I am Howadayo Holabisi.
All right, thank you. For the final speaker for this round, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Adejare David from the Kenneth Mellanby Hall.
In the course of history, there are several events that mark a turning point in our lives. In 1947, the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States changed the way countries view war. In 1963, the Rivonia trial in South Africa set off a chain of events and brought about the end of apartheid, brought a new era of democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, now, the factor that has brought about a change in the status quo of Africa is the pandemic, and it is important that we examine what has changed. First, health. Africans are now more concerned about their health as opposed to the past, where the practice of hand hygiene was seen as more of a guideline and less of a norm. We see it everywhere today, in TV and on radios, on building walls and on our smartphones. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that when you were entering this hall to attend Jowo, your hands were sanitized? Chances are, when you want to enter a bank or any hall of residence in the university, you will need a nose mask. Even at this Jowo, we have been given a nose mask as a souvenir because they recognize the importance of public health. Ladies and gentlemen, in this new normal, it is clear that Africans are more concerned about their health. Second, we see the new normal in Africa's economy. During the lockdown, various profitable outlets like tourism and oil and gas experienced a drop. They were halted, their activities were halted. And because of this, what did we experience? Ladies and gentlemen, various profitable outlets like tourism and oil and gas were halted because of the pandemic and the lockdown. Now, when these lockdown restrictions were lifted, what did we see? These channels of revenue were opened. According to the African Pulse, the sub-Saharan African economy is expected to recover by 3.3%. Now, this, coupled with the fact that there's going to be a rise in the global demand of African export commodities, as well as a rise in the price of export commodities, shows that definitely we are going to see recovery in the economy of Africa. All these I have mentioned have shown that yes, Africa is in the era of the new normal, and there is a potential for it to do better. In all this, I want you to know something. Africa was originally called Akelbulan, which stands for Mother of Mankind. And God blessed this continent so much with natural resources. But year in, year out, we see that these natural resources are not utilized to the best form. The quality of life in Africa is still the same. And in this new normal, it is still the same. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are faced with a choice. Only the future of Africa is not going to be determined by our past, but the choices we make today. Thank you.
You don't try no do better. You don't try no greed better. Not intentional, not intentional. Feel the pressure now when you come to my face. Come to my face.
Can we give a resounding applause to the last speaker? A resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen, from the prestigious
Kenneth Mellenby Hall.
Put your hands together once more for Adejare David. Can we do better? Can we do better? Can we do better? And with that speaker, we've come to the end of the Freshers Oratory Contest. We've come to the end of the Freshers Oratory Contest. Now, before we move on to the next item on the agenda and go to the national finals, that is for the inter-university category, we would like to present to our keynote speaker of today's event. We'd like to present to her something from the Literary and Debating Society of the University of Ibadan. Now, with a resounding applause, can we make welcome the president of the Literary and Debating Society? Put your hands together. Put your hands together for Ayeni Otito Jesu Joshua.
Love is not enough, baby. Come to me, hello.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So right about now, I would like to call on our keynote speaker, Kemi Ogunkoya, for the presentation of our work.
NSC 250, Kumaloni Titi, Giuseppe Zanotti, in a Maserati, baby.
On behalf of the Literary and Debating Society, University of Ibadan, I present this award of appreciation to Kemi Ogunkoya for her immense contribution in the corporate world and her contribution towards the success of JOWOR 2021 as our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Me, I just want to be Me, I just want to be Me, I just want to be
Can we put hands together for her as she goes to her seat? That was our keynote speaker for today's event, ladies and gentlemen.
I will come back here and say, my name is Rachel, and I'm a council of Forbes under 30, and I'm here to whatever.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in like manner, we'll be moving on to the next debate competition. However, before we do that,
Yeah, we have some giveaways. Now, this is from Technicon NG, and they have a giveaway for us. They say we should follow Technicon_NG on Twitter and on Instagram. When you follow them, take a screenshot and send it to
wait. I know as she's saying it, you don't want to do it. But let me tell you the prize. 5 people are going to win 2,000 naira cash. 5 people. Urgent 2K. Urgent 2K. Urgent 2K.
See them, they are bringing out their
Because
phones
she
now.
was saying it, nobody moved. 2K, 5 people. The first 5 people. So now she's going to take it again slowly on your internet. Now.
Turn on your internet.
Now let's go again.
All right. So please follow, or maybe not please, just follow Technicon_NG on Twitter and on Instagram. After following them, take a screenshot and send it to 0809 9922554 and your full name.
She said send it to 080 999 22554. Send a screenshot of you following Technicon_NG on Twitter and Instagram. Send it to that phone number on WhatsApp, and you can win the sum of 2,000 naira. 5 people will win 2,000 naira here now. Make sure you send your full name alongside the screenshot, because we are announcing it today. So if you do it, don't leave.
Giveaway number 2. This is from Delish Kilishi. So you're going to send a message to 234-8110-463063.
Now, you people didn't want to do it. Now, let me tell you the prize for this one. 3 people, the first 3 people will win a pack of Kilishi each. First 3 people. Do you get? So it's not the regulars.
Yeah, and Kilishi is right outside this building today. So kindly follow at Delish Kilishi, Delish_Kilishi. Delish is spelled DELISH_Kilishi. Thank you.
Then, when you have followed them, send a message to 081-104-63063. Make sure you send a text to that number, and you stand a chance of winning the Kilishi.
Today.
Okay. Okay. Now, we have a brand who is giving out Victoria's Secret body mist. It's not anyhow body mist though. Victoria's Secret, original Victoria's Secret.
And if you don't know what Victoria's Secret is, this is an opportunity to find out.
Some of us know. Some of you don't know. But Victoria body mist is the body mist.
You're buying it for a woman.
I have no understanding of what you're saying. So a lady will win tell you the number, so you can save the number and you send the text message. The number is 081-850-65721. 081-850-65721. Save it as Quaz Impression. Quaz Impression. Then send the text message on WhatsApp. Jaw War Goodie. Jaw War Goodie. And you can be the lucky guy or lady to win either the Victoria's Secret body mist or the Luteng perfume. Can we please put our hands together for ourselves once more? Put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together.
Okay, so quickly we're going to be appreciating the presence of our judges. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Demola Lewis, the Chief Judge for today. Please put your hands together for him.
You can do better than that. Keep clapping, keep clapping.
And also we have Dr. Tony Badamosi. Please put your hands together for her. We also have right here today, Mr. M.A. Teller. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we have Professor Remy Ayede. Please put your hands together for him or her. Him. All right. And we also have Barrister Sami Abiodun. Please put your hands together for him. All right, and then our timekeeper for today, please put your hands together for Grace Adekola.
Now we'll be moving on to the inter-university debate. Mind you, we have representatives from a total of 5 universities here today. 5 universities from across the country, Nigeria. The first university, none other than the prestigious, put your hands together for them, the prestigious University of Ilorin. Put your hands together.
Woo! We can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Mind you, 400 level in University of Ilorin is like 200 level in UI.
What? Don't say that.
I'm just saying.
Don't say that.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. My classmate in Ilorin graduated 2 days ago, so I'm vexing.
Is that why you're vexing?
Okay, from the prestigious Federal University of Technology, Akure, make some noise for them.
From the one and only Olabisi Onabanjo University. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. Also from OAU, you already know them, Obafemi Awolowo University. Put your hands together for them.
And finally, the first and the best university in Nigeria, the premier university in the great city of Ibadan. If your hands are not too busy, can you put them together? Can you shout for the great University of Ibadan?
If you're not yet following the Leaf Kilifi, please do so right now. The Leaf _ Kilifi. Send a message to 081 1046 3063. If you're not yet following Technicon _NG on Twitter and on Instagram, here is an opportunity to follow them now. When you follow, take a screenshot and send to 0809, beg your pardon, 992 2554. And also your full name at Technicon _NG. Remember, we're going to be reading under 2K today. I hope you've done that already. The other 2K. All right. 10 persons actually. So make sure you click on time. So you're the first 10 and among the first 10 persons that will be selected for the urgent 2K. Yeah, I deliberately did that. Don't worry. All right, our topics are here. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first university speaking here today, all the way from Agbo, make some noise for the speaker from Olabisi Onabanjo University. Adekiro Ire Bamilaye Eniola. Now, the speaker will be speaking on the topic Aid to Africa. The aid to Africa. Why is it not working? Aid to Africa. Why is it not working?
Joseph Stiglitz, a former chief economist in World Bank and a professor of economics in Columbia University in the United States of America, said, resource-rich countries absorb more foreign than countries with resources. And that is linked to Africa. Africa is known to be blessed immensely with mineral and natural resources. But yet, this same Africa is tagged as one of the top poorest continents in the world. Obviously, there is a problem. And that's why I came up with the topic. Aid to Africa. Why is this not working? Under the theme, Africa in the era of the new normal. Permitting to stand on the existing protocols, all protocols to be observed. My name is Aditya Irepamulaye Emiola, a final year student of History and Diplomatic Studies. I'll be talking about why aid is not working. I'll start with the definition of aid, the purpose of aid, the reasons why aid is not working, aftermath effects of its ineffectiveness on Africa, and the solutions. And how practical are these solutions? Aid, when the word aid comes to our mind, we feel like it's something free. But let me tell you, aid, we have non-free aid. Aid can come in different forms. We have grants, loans, technical assistance, and we have trade. These four forms of aid, loan is a form of aid that is enjoyed by Africa. But the problem comes here. Why is Africa? Why is aid in Africa not working? But what are the purpose? What's the purpose of aid? One, to build infrastructural facilities and to improve our standard of living. Now, what is the main reason why aid is not working? The main reason why it is not working is bad governance. Bad governance leads to misallocation of aid, going to unnecessary projects and misplacing the priorities. There are things that Africa has access to that needs to be done, that needs to be used for something more important. Imagine aid used to build roads when people are dying of hunger. Now, going to the questions, the aftermath effect of why aid is not working. It has made Africa to be over-dependent on developed countries. Do you know what dependency is? Dependency, there's something called dependency theory. Dependency theory is when developing countries rely solely on developed countries. It is this over-dependence that has made Africa to rely solely on crude oil, neglecting agriculture as the source of revenue. Another thing that an aftermath effect is the large indebtedness of Africa. Dami Samoya said in her book, Take Aid, Why It Is Not Working in Africa. She said, it is so shocking that between 1917 and 1998, Africa has enjoyed aid. But within those years, poverty rate increased from 11% to 66%. No wonder she said, I do not call foreign aid just inefficient or ineffective. I call foreign aid malfeasance. Law Journal International Report also said on October 13, 2014, it says that the low level of progress of Africa cannot be compared to the huge sum they receive every year. According to research, Africa receives like $50 billion annually in terms of aid. But yet, what do you have to show for it? Now, what are the solutions to the ineffectiveness of aid? One of the first solutions, according to Dami Samoya in her book, she said there should be ban of aid to Africa. And she made mention of the fact that imagine Africa is the African countries are being gone today, and they are told that, okay, in the next 5 years, we will permanently stop the flow of aid. Trust me, African countries and the leaders, they will think of alternatives to generate source of revenue. And you know what? That is the reason why Africa is on the same spot today. Why? Because we have people that are helping us. A dollar is always a slave to the land.
to pay back the debt. He wants you to come back again to borrow. That's what's happening in Africa. Africa keeps on borrowing, but there is nothing to show for it. Another point to consider is good governance. That is the solution. South Korean ambassador said, aid is ineffective when there is bad governance. But when there is good governance, aid is not necessary. The main reason why we need good governance is to have people that can help us channel this aid to the right appropriation, to the right sectors. And we also say this. When I was talking about good governance, do you know one main thing that has affected Africa today? It's not material poverty, but mental poverty. Africa is blessed immensely with natural and human resources that can make us rich, that can make everybody want to. But yet, Africa is as so for a continent in the world, then there is a problem. So there should be a ban on and this is linked to self-reliance. In conclusion, that is something yourself. The best time to plant a tree 20 years ago. The second best time is now. The time to execute a change is now. And it's time for you and me. Work on your mental strength. That's the key. Your mindset is very important for the progress of Africa. Alright, moving on to the next speaker for today. Still speaking on the topic, he has a different topic. From the first and the best university in Nigeria.
See, let me just mention that we are required to give the same amount of care for each university. Are we clear? Okay, wait. Now let me say the topic this speaker will be speaking on. He will be speaking on utilizing the gold mine of talent and economic policy. Utilizing the gold mine of talent and economic policy. And the speaker representing the first and the best university in Nigeria, the prestigious University of Ibadan. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. For Olaide Belaju.
There is nothing new under the sun. So they say, but what's new under the sun? And with this new thinking, that new appetite is a state of uncertainty about the future of the citizens. Therefore, to convince Africa to explore the new normal and present to you a policy of quality psychology titled Utilizing the Gold Mine of Talent and Economic Policy, which evaluates the problem of people and predicting instability. Please wait, according to study.com, is a
talented and educated workers to other countries through migration. These talented people contribute their skill and competence to other countries. However, their action is not entirely voluntary and is based on two things: the push and the pull. According to Vanguard News, on February 1, 2021, African countries pushed their talented workers away through their creeping economy and high unemployment rate. What they are saying is, we don't need your brain, throw it into the drain. It is therefore not surprising that Nigerians will run to MIT because even Nigerian IT is shaking. On the other hand, develop countries who are talented workers through higher paying jobs and superior economic output. What they are saying is, we don't train brains, we train brains. Therefore, here is the policy. As supported by Albert Business Review, incentives that create better opportunities for these talented professionals
will be created through better wages and kickstarting key industries in this encourages them to bring their expertise and talent back to Africa. With these better policies that support them, there will be a transitioning of their talent to genius. Because why talent hits a target no one else can hit, genius hits a target no one else can see. And their genius will birth innovations that will lead to Africa's renovation, that the next generation will marvel at the transformation. Furthermore, it is no longer news that the challenge of bad governance in Africa hinders democracy and prevents continual progress. Because you see, democracy is a balance, and a little partial tweak, like corruption and inefficiency, is nonchalant, and it tilts this balance. The result is unnecessary imbalance. Ladies, gentlemen, this problem is like an infected tree. We won't cure it by only examining its leaves. We will cure it by also examining its roots. In a report by titled Good and Inclusive Governance, on January 8, 2021, the supposed democratic constitution of most African countries is not enforced to place emphasis on separation of powers and does not have checks and balances to transform its political system. This prevents practical government. Therefore, here is the policy. The judiciary as a government institution will be overhauled and re-evaluated through security of service and ensuring its clear separation of powers from other organs of government. This will check the power of any African leader that promotes autocracy but silences revolution. And the people will always be permitted to stand up, speak up, but never to shut up because the system has been brought up. In addition, audience, it is a known fact that Africa has never been part of the 1% of the 1%. Because whether it is heavily indebted poor countries or developing countries or forward countries, she has always been 0.1% of 100%. According to United Nations Department on Economic Affairs, on January 25, 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic led to a great downturn on the economy of many African countries, and recovery has been far from them because they cannot implement practical economic strategies. As Africans, we usually tell ourselves that there's light at the end of the tunnel, but why do we need to acquire to maguire when it seems that the light at the end of the tunnel has been turned off? Therefore, to solve the problem of economic epilepsy, economic growth is needed, and the best way to do this is to stimulate business activity by the government of the country, offering loans and grants directly to entrepreneurs and financial institutions, lowering interest rates to encourage borrowing by companies. This will set Africa on a journey from being a decimal number to becoming a whole number. And the songs on our lips will not be economic downturn, but economic upturn. And then we'll see that truly there's light at the end of the tunnel. Finally, it is obvious that the development of Africa requires the support of both the people and the government by utilizing these practicable solutions of talent mining, economic policies, and reinventing political systems which solve the problem of brain drain, political instability, and economic epilepsy. Ladies and gentlemen, a call to action is a call to reaction. And for Africa to explore the new norm,
standing before you is Ajongbolo Oluwafemi. And for the next few minutes, I shall be giving a policy statement on why it is important for the Nigerian government to stop creating jobs in order to solve the unemployment problem in Nigeria. To start with, the unemployment problem in Nigeria is a huge problem. Statistics provided by tradingeconomics.com shows that our current unemployment statistics stands at 28.5%. Statista.com forecast that by the end of 2021, it would have increased to 32.5%. Nigeria is ranked second on the index of the most unemployed of the countries with the highest unemployment rate in the world. And in light of moving towards science and technology, it shows that there is no respite in sight for Nigeria. And with regard to the effect of this problem on society, it is pretty glaring. After all, it is often said that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. We therefore realize that a society that is filled with idle minds will become hell on earth, as can be gleaned from the Nigerian situation, based on the increase in crime rates and the general lower standards of living. This being said, in order to satisfy your curiosity, the current approach of creating jobs by the Nigerian government is ineffective for three major reasons. First, it fosters duplication of duties without necessarily solving the problem on ground. Second, it creates more avenues for those workers who, according to Vanguard newspaper in 2017, had cost the government over 500 billion naira within the space of just 5 years. And thirdly, it increases Nigeria's recurrent expenditure. According to NairaMetrics.com, Nigeria currently allocates 88.5% of our annual income to recurrent expenditure, which is basically salaries and pensions. This shows that the Nigerian government has made a wrong turn and heading into the badlands and are playing a sweet game with the life of the average Nigerian. Against this backdrop, however, we recognize that there is one major problem plaguing the Nigerian system, and which is the difficulty in doing business in Nigeria. Currently, Nigeria ranks 134th out of 190 countries on the ease of doing business index, and this can be traced to three major factors: erratic power supply, infrastructural deficit, and lastly, formulation of poor policies. To this, we have provided the following solutions. That first and foremost, that Nigeria deals with our transmission problems, in which waste over 40,000 megawatts of electricity annually, as shown by the Guardian in the year 2019. Furthermore, we suggest that the Nigerian government adopts the PPP initiative, that is the Public-Private Partnership Initiative, which has already been applied in Lagos City, United States of America, and the UK in solving our infrastructural deficit problems. Thirdly, we recommend that in line with the Made in China policy, which transformed China from a third world nation to a first world country, that Nigeria places importation restrictions on products which can be certified, which demand can be certified domestically. And lastly, we recommend that the Nigerian government creates or formulates better policies that stimulate both direct foreign investment and domestic investment, especially in the areas of science and technology. This being said, it is important to realize that you and I have a role to play in this, and this has been stratified into three. First, there is a need for us to massively enlighten the citizenry as to the ineffectiveness of the current approach being used and a need for change in strategy. Second, there is a need for Nigerians to patronize indigenous businesses in order to facilitate expansion. And lastly, it is important that the Nigerian government formulate, this is important that we as citizens vote in the right leaders and ask them for accountability when it is necessary. This being done, we realize that when our policies are effectively executed, that it will result in an expansion of industrial activities in Nigeria and foster the establishment of more industries in Nigeria, which will inevitably lead to the creation of more jobs in our society, thereby greatly alleviating the problem of unemployment in Nigeria. It is therefore against this backdrop that we plead with the members of the audience, to see the kindness of the members of the audience, to kindly adopt our policies, to solve the problem of unemployment in Nigeria. After all, we realize that the absence of jobs for a few people in Nigeria would mean an automatic job for every one of us that is a job to find a solution to the existing problem. Now that this is the job, and we have done the fighting with our jobs, therefore, it is high time that we stand up and take action with our hands. Remember, change begins with
speaker is from the Federal University of Technology, Akure.
And this speaker will be speaking on the topic, priority queues, long queues between common law and common sense, a policy to decongest Nigerian healthcare institutions. Do I come again? In English, priority queues, long queues between common law and common sense, a policy to decongest Nigerian healthcare institutions. Basically, what that means is that
Panel, ladies and gentlemen, I am Abbas Abdullah Abdulaziz from Kuta. An issue in a world with COVID is limitation of physical interaction. This pandemic has come to live with us over a quite long period of time, and there is no reassurance that this pandemic will leave totally anytime soon. The new normal has shown us the need to decongest places of public use, and what are we expected to do? Audience, panel, we must take things. In the current status quo, it has been observed that we battle with bed spaces, we battle with long queues in our hospitals, and something must be done. The reality, queues should become shorter, hospitals should be decongested, and at least we must do something. In addition to avoiding a situation whereby I will be addressing the symptoms without considering the causes, I would like to take the three major causes that are responsible for congestion in healthcare centers. One, patients wait for a long duration while their data are being fetched manually from a huge pile of handwritten patient registers. Two, patients sometimes visit hospitals unnecessarily. And three, sometimes there are not enough doctors of duty to attend to a pool of patients. Hence, this policy will provide a three-pillar solution that aims to leverage on technology. This policy will be effected by creating Nigeria's Senate mobile app, which is to function as hereby highlighted. One, creation of a database that is leveraging on NIMC data. Two, embarking on rigorous healthcare education. And three, providing a virtual and as well as a USSD means of teleconsultation, telediagnosis, and telereferral for patients with self-limiting illnesses and, of course, people living in remote areas. According to a report by J.J. Oyekule on The Guardian in 2020, the first and the only issue that may hinder the effective implementation of telemedicine in Nigeria is that there are no structural policies, there are no effective policies, and there are no regulations to regulate the effective use of telemedicine in Nigeria. This is to appeal to this audience that for us to achieve a less congested hospital, for us to achieve an hospital where health care of our citizens will be our topmost priority and as well run effectively, the adoption and implementation of this policy should be our next most important target in the best interest of Nigeria and Nigerians. Thank you.
in Africa, the role of digital inclusion. Promoting global equality in Africa, the role of digital inclusion.
And the speaker from the prestigious University of Ilorin. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for Odesoya Damilola David.
And our ability to accelerate digital inclusion remain our major focus. My name is Odesoya Damilola David from the Greater Maifa University, University of Ilorin. And I'm here today to elucidate what the new normal for Africa is by returning the country promoting global equality in Africa, the role of digital inclusion. For today's speech, we will focus on three areas. First is defining the situation, and then the problems and the causes, and then finally the solution and its effectiveness. Now, according to the 2019 Oxfam report, Africa is the second most unequal continent in the world, and it remains home to the second most unequal countries. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic showed us the exposed was the digital division in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, you must know that this gap has existed even before the emergence of COVID-19. COVID-19 only came to deepen those gaps and further encourage inequality in Africa. And now, what is global equality? Global equality refers to equal access and control of resources, benefits, and services. And according to the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, digital inclusion refers to all activities that is necessary to ensure that all individuals and communities, even the most disadvantaged, have access to information, communication, and technology. Now that is my first problem. In December of 2020, according to the Internet World Statistics, it was established that about 653 million users in Africa are internet users, and that accounts for only about 43.7% of the continent's total population. That is less than 50%. Now, COVID-19 came knocking with its restriction and lockdown, and it ultimately resulted to job insecurity, job losses, poverty, and more importantly, a setback in our education delivery system. According to the World Economic Forum, about 89% of sub-Saharan Africans do not have access to computers, and 80% of that figure lack internet access. Many schools were shut down during the COVID lockdown, as many students across Africa did not have access to education, and as that was a of COVID-19. Audience, or tell me, was there any one of us that received lectures in the ease of COVID-19? Now that leads me to my second problem. Most Africans are not financially included. According to Zindi.Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda boast of only about 9.1 million adult users who have access to accounts, and that accounts for only about 14% of the total adult population. Now, as of September 27 of 2020, the Nigeria Interbank Transfer Systematic System established that we have about 43.6 million registered BVN holders adults in Nigeria, and according to world statistics, the population for Nigerian adults is pegged at 99.6. Now, the difference of 56 million is accounting for people who are not the public partnership, the public-private partnership. We are saying that the government and individuals should come together to promote digitization. And then finally, we are saying there should be a creation of an environment that is enabling for policy and regulatory systems that encourages global digitalization. Now,
I'm going to give instances of one, Kenya M-Pesa, and then the advent of e-Naira in Nigeria. That is showing us that African governments are actually working together to make sure that their country is financially inclined by promoting financial technology. Thank you.
The party starter.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we make that round of applause for all the speakers so far? A round of applause.
Listen to the do do Pastor Latido. Tell me how you ready,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have here with me a very important piece of information. And I tell you this with no... I'm trying to control my emotions, but I just have to say this regardless. So, just outside this hall, just there, have Nutri-Life food, and they are doing a giveaway. As I was saying, they are giving out a sumptuous cup. Just follow them on Instagram, and that's all. And you can be a winner of this sumptuous cup of parfait. The reason I was so emotional was because I've tasted of this cup, and I can tell you. So follow them on Instagram at Nutri-Life_food, Nutri, N-U-T-R-I, life_foods, and you could be the lucky winner of this cup of parfait.
The parfait you tasted was for free or you paid for it?
Actually, there are some questions you cannot ask. Moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be welcoming to this side of the hall for his speech. Now, this is the time or that part of the event where you rise and give a resounding applause. Right about now, to this side of the hall, a distinguished student of the prestigious University of Ibadan, honor to welcome to this side of the hall the president of the Literary and Debating Society, University of Ibadan. Can we give a resounding applause to Ayeni Otito Jesu Joshua?
Tim's in the building. Spiritual ginger.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the closing ceremony of JOWO 2021 National Debate Championship. The Literary and Debating Society, University of Ibadan, which was founded before 1960, in line with the model obtainable in the University College, London, as a mandatory society for all students, is a society formed to build public speakers, apt thinkers, future leaders who believe in free speech as a medium for the advancement of nations and the human race. On itself in the University of Ibadan. She hosts the biggest public competition in sub-Saharan Africa. provided the platform for talents who are doing phenomenal things in the outside world today. Notable of them are Barrister Timi Olagunju, Tijani Mayowa, Unwareze Elizabeth, who is a Rhodes Scholar and an Oxonian, and so many others. Before moving on, audience, it is expedient to mention that this competition, which you see today, is an accumulated effort of some legendary, incredible men who will be celebrated today. They have tried, truly. And I am happy that as the president hosting the 7th edition of this competition, we will be inducting these 5 men into the Society's Hall of Fame. Seeing that this competition is one which brings champs of qualitative process together, I am happy to see that what we began at a sparsely attended meeting at the corner of Bello Dome 7 years ago has blossomed into a Rome that was not built in a day, but above every other university in Africa. Needless to say, Jowo, which you see today, is one which grew from less than 500 audience at the First Bank Building, Faculty of Agriculture, to about 5,000 odds in total, with us using the International Conference Center for the very first time. This has reshaped the structure of the society, built 5 days, and made this year of service a stepping for the coming administration to climb higher. In my time as president, members, we had a renewable natural resource. And engaged press bodies where necessary. In this administration, we have successfully secured the largest sponsorships and partnerships in the history of Jowo. Notable is bringing Jumia on board for this finale. In this administration, we have successfully organized a proper press conference for Jowo, where AIT, Splash FM, Premium Times, and some other notable media outfits reported it. This press conference is one which opened doors of opportunities for us. And if there is anything we got right, it is this. We have also successfully monitored and achieved the improvement of quality of speeches through policies and a 3-day boot camp for all Jowo speakers. Of judges in the history of Jowo. In this administration, we have also ensured proper documentation of every Jowo event, unveiled the Jowo anthem, composed and produced by Adeyinka Gold Gamaliel. We've also taken Jowo national for the very first time, with 5 schools participating in 2. Intellect as we engage in social conversations. To my predecessors, Messrs. Dara Olaniyan, Sadiq Oluwagbenga, whom I served as PRO in his administration, Ms. Seun Opeyemi, Oluwaseyi Tomosori, Dr. Isaac Olufadewa, I say a very big thank you for your contributions towards the success of the society's growth. To the alumni body, I say a very big thank you. To all sponsors, partners, allies, and colleagues, thank you very much. To the keynote speaker of the day, Kemi Ogunkoya, thank you very much for coming. To the royal father of the day, Alayeluwa Oba Gbenga Adigun Oyetunji Oyinlola II, Ààrẹ of Ofikiland, Kade ó pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà kó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. To my impeccable, dynamic, and ever supportive parents and sister presently here, Professor and Pastor Mrs. Abiodun Olumide Ayeni and Ominira Jesu Ayeni, may the Lord bless you mightily and make you enjoy the fruits of your labor. Finally, it is often said that we do not know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. I have peculiarly served in this capacity as president, and it is of no doubt that we have built an administration that is of formidable excellence and stupendous eminence. We have successfully scaled through the processes of planning to the top. If there is anything I have learned, it is clarity of vision, accompanied with brilliance, hard work, setting standards, and breaking records. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening and have a wonderful time.
If you are clapping, you can do a lot better than that. If you are clapping, you can do a lot better than that, ladies and gentlemen. That was the president of the Debating Society, University of Ibadan, in person of Comrade Ayeni Otito Jesu Joshua. Right about now, we'll be moving on the inter competition. To join, make some noise. Your hall went. If your hall made it to the Joe final, can you make some noise? Okay, once more. If your hall went to my preliminaries, can you make some noise? Woo! Moving on without further ado, the first hall to be speaking here today at the finals of the Joe World 2021 debate competition, our friends ladies and gentlemen, our friends all the way from the University College Hospital, Ibadan, our friends from hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together. Okay, once more. Let's do this together. When I say ABH, you say Ahu. ABH! 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 Okay. The first speaker to be speaking here today for who no reach final. Actually, they will be speaking on the topic quantitative easing of the economy, an effective tool or an inflationary time. Yeah. I should just chill on it. We have to. They'll be speaking on the topic quantitative easing of the economy, an effective tool or an inflationary time bomb. The way I'm looking at that, she's looking at me back. Huh? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this is the finals, and just 2 halls made it to the finals, 2 halls of residence. And the very first speaker for the Alexander Brown Hall is one of your own, a man of timber and caliber, a man of stature, the author of the first men, king of the Andals. Anything, I just say, you know me here. Make some noise for Adekunle Titus.
In 2007, Switzerland was facing an impending economic recession. In response, the Swiss National Bank introduced quantitative easing of their economy. After just 6 months, Switzerland achieved an inflation targeted rate of less than 2%, enjoyed price stability, and saved their economy as reported by the Swiss National Bank. This picture is similar to what was observed in the US, UK, Sweden, and many other countries of the world. Based on this, it is obvious that quantitative easing of the economy is an effective tool and not an inflationary time bomb. Quantitative easing, according to the Bank of England, refers to a monetary policy whereby the central bank purchases a certain amount of safe financial assets like bonds and gives the banks money in return. Since these banks now have more money, they offer cheaper loans to investors, thus stimulating the economy. Effectiveness, according to Collins Dictionary, refers to the ability to produce an intended result. Hence, today's debate is asking if quantitative easing can produce the intended result of stimulating the economy, or is just an inflationary time bomb. Audience, for the next 4 minutes, we promise to prove to you that quantitative easing is an effective tool we can bank on because, like Union Bank, it is big, strong, and reliable. First, quantitative easing of the economy has proven effective. 2020 study by the National Bureau of Economic Research. Quantitative easing helped 21 central banks in both advanced and emerging countries survive keystone that rescues intercontinental economies. 2. Quantitative easing improves a country's ease of doing business. According to a 2015 study by the Carlsberg Business School, after Sweden introduced quantitative easing, the country's monetary base improved by over 100%, resulting in credit availability. By 2016, the World Bank reported that Sweden had risen to the 8th easiest place to do business in the world, thanks to this credit availability. You see, we can first bank on quantitative easing to give countries access to their economic zenith. 3. Quantitative easing improves housing conditions by lowering the cost of mortgage. According to an article published on the 21st May 2021, titled The Real Effect of this European Central Bank's Quantitative Easing, quantitative easing accounted for 60 to 80% of regional housing growth, as people found it easier to buy, sell, and rent houses with lower cost of lending. Quantitative easing helps to put a roof over people's head. And for people who have once had their roofs blown off, they should know better than argue against this. You see, quantitative easing helps you be a house owner because, like Zenith Bank, it is in your best interest. 4. Quantitative easing is used to achieve long-term economic growth through inflation targeting. Inflation targeting, according to Investopedia, refers to adjusting monetary policy to attain a certain inflation rate, which is the best way of achieving long-term economic growth. The New York Times reported on 29 October 2014 that the US achieved its targeted inflation rate of 2% and barely ever exceeded it, even after 3 rounds of quantitative easing. So you see, like Heritage Bank, quantitative easing makes a difference. Our opponents might then confuse inflation targeting to mean an inflationary time bomb. However, according to a June 2021 Deutsche Bank report, an inflationary time bomb occurs when inflation rate rises faster than expected, leading to economic collapse, recession, and a chain of financial distress. So you see, while inflation targeting is like a well-controlled irrigation system, an inflationary time bomb is more like a rainstorm. Interestingly, the Bank of England posits that there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that quantitative easing leads to uncontrolled inflation, as countries even use it to achieve inflation targeting. So whatever our opponents might bring here today would only be unsolicited opinion, proving hypotheses and arguments from newspaper stands of Agbowo. Our opponents might confuse money printing to mean quantitative easing. However, according to Stephanie Flanders, a Bloomberg economist, in money printing, the government indiscriminately gives money to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, while quantitative easing ensures that this money goes through commercial banks to private investors. So while quantitative easing is like a Tony Elumelu Foundation grant, money printing is just Instagram giveaway. So judges, ignore our opponents when they cite post-World War Germany or Zimbabwe to say quantitative easing causes hyperinflation. The Financial Times reported in 2009 that the uncontrolled inflation seen in these countries was due to the creation of higher denomination notes like the 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar and printing money excessively for the military and civil servants. So bringing the uncontrolled inflation in this country to this debate, when I bring a four-figure table to a GES exam. Finally, our opponent might say that quantitative easing would widen the income inequality gap as the investors gain first at the expense of the common man and might feel the brunt of the economy more. But just like the plane on Tether's logo, that point cannot fly. Just as you don't have to sit beside those ACs before the breeze reaches you, the common man still benefits from the thriving economy, better housing and employment that quantitative easing provides. So you see, just like breakfast, it will surely go round. In conclusion, we made a promise 4 minutes ago to prove to you that quantitative easing of the economy is an effective tool that we can bank on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have fidelity. We keep our word.
A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you. I am still extremely curious as to why you gave him the nickname Ancestor, but let's leave that for that. For the purpose of this event, for record purposes, and for those that are joining Jowo for the very first time, I would like to announce quickly that the inter-all debate and also the faculty debate are based on these very basic judging schemes. The first speaker has 5 minutes, the second speaker has 3 minutes, am I right? All right, so and then you get a time note from the timekeeper at 1 minute to the end of your time. So for 3 minute speakers at 2 minutes and for 5 minute speakers at 4 minutes. Also, you are being judged on appearance, delivery, content and facts, persuasiveness, refutation, structure and organization, and also your rebuttal. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us further in this inter-all debate, from the very prestigious Lord Teda Hall, Lord Teda Hall, make some noise. The first speaker on the topic, an effective tool or an inflationary. Welcome the first speaker from Lord Teda Hall. None other than the one, the only, Sultan Abiblam Ayodele.
Check. Testing. Today's topic is just like the handwriting of the average medical doctor. According to Investopedia, quantitative easing is a monetary policy in which the central bank purchases financial assets from the open market with the goal of to clearly understand why this concept is not only ineffective but also in the medical procedure of treating a patient, which are cross-examination, diagnosis, and treatment. Stage 1, let us cross-examine the situation. According to America is currently facing the highest rate of inflation recorded in 30 years. However, according to the Bank of England, QE is designed to increase the spending power of the people in the economy. This is the most efficient way to create uncontrollable inflation, as explained by the Business Insider. This is why, according to Positive Money, when QE is applied and there is no uncontrollable inflation, it is because the process was cut short, either through new banks holding new money or firms diverting the funds to the financial market. So you see, when QE does not cause uncontrollable inflation, it is because it failed, not because it succeeded. I might not be a doctor, but this truth I know for sure, that if a patient takes a poison and does not die, it does not make the poison a medicine. Rather, it points to the simple fact that the poison is ineffective. Cross-examination completed. To stage 2, diagnosis. According to the Harvard Business Review, there are 2 things that determine the success of an economy. 1, the volume of money in supply, and 2, the speed with which it moves around. When an economic crisis happens, what occurs is that there is a blockage in the flow of money. So it is the problem of speed or flow. But with QE, the government pumps more money into the system, which addresses volume rather than the speed of flow. This is similar to abandoning the faulty tire in a bicycle and making the second one bigger. I might not be a doctor, but this truth I know for sure, that a man that has leg problems, you not prescribe drugs that makes his hand stronger. Furthermore, my opponents might say that QE cannot cause uncontrollable inflation because the money created will be used to purchase financial assets, as such there will be no surplus in the balance sheet. Makes sense in theory, but generally doesn't work in practice. For example, if I give all the judges seated here today cars worth 10 million naira, it's just an example. Their spending power does not increase because it's just financial assets. But with QE, the government creates new money, buys these cars from the judges. Now, all of them have liquid money worth of 10 million naira. Purchasing power skyrockets, demand for goods skyrockets, and that definitely causes inflation. I might not be a doctor, but this truth I know for sure, that pulling out during sex makes sense in theory, but it definitely does not work in practice. Diagnosis completed. To stage 3, treatment. The opponent might say QE is a monetary policy, which is meant to pull out an economy from economic crisis. And as such, all seats can be treated through regulations. To begin with, you cannot isolate a policy from its side effects. Also, if the side effects are those devastating, why they create new regulations to fight them? Well, could have just used a better policy to start with. I might not be a doctor, but this truth I know for sure, that you don't cut off a man's leg because of mere leg ache and start creating regulations to help him work better with one leg. Finally, according to Investopedia, you cannot stop QE and retain its effect. This cause QE is like pumping air in a leaking balloon. Immediately, the balloon deflates. I might not be a doctor, but this truth I know for sure, that a performance-enhancing drug that stops working immediately you use it is not one that helps you kill the show, rather one that kills you and the show. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, today's debate has clearly established through cross-examination, diagnosis and treatment that QE is just like a fake drug. Not only is it ineffective, it also is an inflationary time bomb. Dear opponents, I hope you understand now, but if symptoms persist after this round, then consult the Lord in the reporter round. From the only known for his fame, Sultan Abdullah Ayodele is my name.
John 2021. A round of applause for that special speaker from Notre Dame. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Comrades from Notre Dame, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies. Okay. Are we done? All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward with this debate, I might not be a doctor, but I know for sure that the second speaker is from Alexander Brown Hall, none other person than Olorunfemi Olaoluwa. Round of applause.
Quantitative reasoning. Sorry, quantitative easing. Just as these two terms sound similar, but are very different, those boys from Teda Hall will borrow big words from the students of economics and try to confuse us with semantics on why quantitative easing is catastrophic. Our parents will say a lot, but volume is not equal to content. So let's use the lens of proper reasoning to correct their fallacious reasoning. So as to play safe, let's use the acronym DUREX. D for devaluation. My opponents may claim that quantitative easing leads to devaluation of a country's currency and a negative effect on the economy. However, deliberate devaluation, which is an aim of quantitative easing, is not a bad thing. According to a July 6, 2019 Investopedia article titled 3 Reasons Why Countries Devalue Their Currency, currency devaluation can be used to achieve favorable economic policy in a recession and boost their growth without causing uncontrollable inflation. This means that countries can increase their local production, increase their exportation, decreasing their importation, bringing in dollar remuneration, and making a stronger nation. U for unemployment. Quantitative easing is effective in reducing the unemployment rate. According to a research paper titled Employment Effect of Unconventional Monetary Policy, Evidence of Quantitative Easing, between September 2012 and September 2013, 1.3 million jobs were added to the US economy as a result of the third quantitative easing in the US. So whether cash or kind, quantitative easing corrects the mistakes of yesterday, gives us enough cash to eat today, and is kind enough to cater for the later days. R for reserves. Opponents may claim that banks will hold this new money in their financial reserves and prevent it from getting to the hands of the common man. But like the value of the naira, that point is weak. You see, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, the very definition of inflation means there's too much money in circulation in the hands of the common man. Logically thinking, there cannot be inflation if this same money in circulation is tightly controlled by financial institutions. Simply put, quantitative easing and uncontrollable inflation, just like Teda, are winning today's debate, are two parallel lines they can never meet. For effectiveness, quantitative easing is simply an effective economic policy. According to a 2016 research paper by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, there's a long-term association between quantitative easing and GDP growth. And despite the US government adding $4 trillion to the US economy through the housing market, there is zero evidence, I repeat, zero evidence that quantitative easing has had a negative effect on the economy. So you see, quantitative easing to GDP is just like yeast to bread. It can only rise. X for the extra factor. According to Scott Sommer, chair of monetary policy at George Mason University, when traditional interest rate tools are failed and the economy is in dire need of stimulation, quantitative easing is effective as a tool of last resort, as it provides a psychological boost for investors. Opponents say, if it is effective, why is it a tool of last resort? But this is only a testament to their strategy. You see, when we We do not doubt the effectiveness of this as a tool of national imagining I still cannot understand. I can only recommend one other method: withdraw. Can we give a resounding applause to the last speaker? Students of the prestigious University of Ibadan, we are joined by the presence of the 001 of the University of Ibadan. With a standing ovation, can we put our hands together for the Vice Chancellor of the first and the best university in Nigeria? Put your hands together for Professor Kayode Adebowale. Is that the best you can do? You want to make some noise? Thank you. May have your seat. Also, in like manner, with a resounding applause, we would like to recognize the presence of the Deputy Chancellor Administrations. Put your hands together for Professor Ayola. Can we please put our hands together? It's always a pleasure having our fathers in our midst. Always a pleasure. Now we move on to the second speaker. Of the great Lord Teda. Hey! I've not even said his name. University of Ibadan, make some noise for the second speaker of the Lord Teda Hall, Mubarak Lawal. Let's take a step further and analyze quantitative easing, QE. See why it is not an effective tool. And in this short speech, I'll teach my opponents many lessons. I'll do this by asking 3 questions. 1, does QE work as intended? 2, does it help grow the economy? And 3, do the results of QE mean it's effective? And at the end of this speech, it will be clear that one does not need Einstein's IQ to see that QE is just an avenue for more economic problems to Q. Question 1. Does QE work as intended? According to Investopedia, QE was created in a bid to encourage lending and investments. Central banks do this by giving banks newly created money as an incentive to increase lending. But this idea fails to realize that an incentive is just what it is, an incentive. And an incentive cannot force action. For example, if you catch your boy's girlfriend cheating and she gives you 100K to keep quiet, you can collect the 100K, spend it, and still tell your boy. Same way when these banks reserves, what they end up doing is still up to them. The lesson here is, it doesn't matter how many. Question Investopedia, economic growth is driven by an increase in production and consumption. According to QE, if banks lend to businesses, these businesses basically have two choices: increase production and compete in risky markets due to the financial crisis, or invest in the financial markets and make substantial profits. These businesses just end up investing in the financial markets, and this does not increase production, which is why it is absurd when my opponents argue that QE can reduce unemployment. If a policy does not increase production to employ more hands, how then can it reduce unemployment? And according to a publication by J.P. Watkins on the 7th of December 2014, QE does not reduce unemployment. QE also does not increase production and consumption. Banks forget that in order for people to spend more, they have to have their incomes go up, and it cannot work the other way around. You cannot spend more in the hopes that your income would rise so you can spend more. The lesson here is quantitative easing does not increase production and consumption. Hence, it cannot affect economic growth. Question 3. Do the results of QE mean it is effective? My opponents may argue that if QE stops the further decline in an economic crisis, then it is effective. However, if they don't take anything from my speech, they should take this: that a solution exists does not in any way mean it is effective. And the problem stems from a false dichotomy, when my opponents think the only two options are doing nothing in an economic crisis or quantitative easing. This often leads to wrong assumptions of what effective is. The lesson here is paracetamol is not an effective cure for headaches if it gives you cancer. In conclusion, in today's debate, our side has been able to show that quantitative easing doesn't work as intended. It doesn't help economic growth, and it increases the risk of an economic crash, just like a time bomb. But one final lesson to my opponents: in the spirit of sportsmanship, I'll admit ABH is strong, but the simple truth is they were never strong enough. From the only hole known for its fame, I'm Mubarak
For 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, can we play Eshe Lua Eshe 921? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to quickly take the rebuttals and invite this podium. Who is going for the rebuttal from ABH? The first speaker, second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the second speaker taking the rebuttal for Alexander Brown Hall. Please welcome to this podium Olorun Femi Olaoluwa.
Coming here with more opinions than facts. My opponents are like a who sees comes close to the point, not realities, by using the dictionary definition of a time bomb. Because according to a 2021 report by Deutsche Bank, inflationary time bomb occurs when inflation rates have already risen faster than expected, leading to economic collapse. Never in the US, so inflation rates rise faster than expected. In fact, according to Statista, the annual inflation rate of the US is currently 1.2%, while Switzerland is still less than 2%. So where did you find your fact? Side effects of quantitative easing, but effective in stimulating the economy. Again, you have established that 21 central banks in both first world and third world countries have used quantitative easing to rescue their economies during the COVID-19 era. Our opponents have also claimed that quantitative easing did not fulfill its aim in Japan, but according to a June 2011 research paper titled Quantitative Easing, Evidence from Japan by Frank Kai, the problem was not quantitative easing, but severe weaknesses in the banking sector and balance sheet problems. Simply put, personnel, not policies, were the problem. They may claim that we eventually beat circulation, thus inflation. But this is like just saying that all graduates were allowed in today's convocation. That is fake news. For every quantitative easing, there is a tapering. According to a July 7, 2021 Investopedia article, tapering is the gradual reduction in assets buying by a central bank after the economy has stabilized. So as quantitative easing puts money in the economy, tapering pulls it out. In summary, today's debate has proven that no matter how much work a lord puts into his debate, he can never be as great as Alexander the Great.
Round for this round, we'll be having the rebuttal from the great Lord Tedder Hall. Do we have your representatives? Put your hands together as we make welcome the second speaker, Mubarak Lawal. The first mistake the speakers from ABH made was they said there was no example of a country that had surpassed the inflationary rates, but there's the example of USA, who has surpassed their targeted inflationary rates by so much, as supported by Bloomberg. This just shows that USA is a vital example of how quantitative, if applied, helps worsen the economic state. They also explained that QE helps reduce mortgage prices, but what they don't understand is that QE skyrockets the prices of housing, because housing is an asset, and what quantitative easing does is increase the prices of assets. So they don't really understand QE. They also argue that QE reduces unemployment in the nation. But what they don't understand, that QE is a monetary policy and not an income generating policy. And as such, this policy cannot increase the number of jobs in the country. And there are other that increase jobs in the country and not QE. They also mentioned that QE helps sustain the economy. But what they don't understand is our side of the debate says that it is an inflationary time bomb, meaning eventually the economy is going to collapse. So it's not about sustaining it, but about maintaining it. So one final point to the students from ABH: you are not doctors, you are only student doctors. So to the fans from ABH, rest. Right about now, we'll be moving on to a very important part of today's event. We'll be moving on to a very important part of today's event. A while back, we were graced by the president. He happens to be none other than our very dear Vice Chancellor. We'll be having a very brief address from our Vice Chancellor. So with a resounding applause and a standing ovation, let us make welcome the 13th Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale. Please have your seats. Have your seats. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, the judges that are here, greatest Nigerian students, greatest of the greatest Nigerian students. It's a privilege for me to be in your midst. I'm sure that you know that since morning we have been busy with the convocation ceremonies. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Admin and myself, we are just from this.
Is our chancellor who will be coming here on the
So being here, very, very excited. If I had had time program, but unfortunately, arrived from Benin some few minutes ago. But I can tell you that the management of the University of Ibadan has provided all needed to provide. This program, our hands, we have our legs. I think we are going to give We have already reserved 10 Samsung tablets. I'm just trying to confirm for all the winners, one each. We have procured it and it's available. I thought we I want to wish you a fruitful time spent here. Because the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration was whispering to me that can we not wait till the end of the meeting? I said no, we have to go to the chairman of the Governing Council. So I wish you, a very enjoyable time here, a very joyous time, and all the winners. There will be winners. It's not everyone that is going to win. Whether you have, in fact, everybody that have come for this competition is already a winner. Make some noise, make some noise, make some noise. So thank you very much and God bless all of you.
Please, a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. A round of applause, a round of applause. Dr. Demola Lewis, I just wanted to mention, to remind you that, you know, the MCs, the 3 MCs, we do this job for free. If the Samsung tablets can...
iPhone 13 Pro Max also.
Sir, as part of you've got 3 of us. That is,
oh my God.
Professor, sir. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. He has approved it. Dr. Demola will collect it from you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. Is that the best you can do? Before we move on to the second competition between the faculties, the interfaculty
Debate contest. Now the interfaculty, as you should know, would Roof Studios is doing a 5,000 naira give for 2 people, and the process is very simple. You can win 5,000 naira. That's easy. What you need to do is go to www. Listen, www.brownroofstudio.
From Junior Operation of Guru. Put your hands together, put your hands together.
Don't worry, I'm not a job worker, so I don't need to be anxious. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is Festus, and I'm here to talk briefly about Jumia. If you are familiar with Jumia, please can I see your up? Okay, your hand came up first, so please come over. You already win about half. Not you, sir. Not you, sir. Sorry. Yes. You over there, but no, the lady. Yes, please. And as you know that we always have Dr. Lewis, you will get it. Said there is treasure hunt every Friday too, where you get to win an iPhone. Yes.
Just get the product. Email, please have the email for your phone. Just open your app, pick a product, add it to cart. And when you get to the checkpoint page, just come over. The first person. So the ladies and gentlemen, okay, the ladies coming out already, we have to move as well. So, yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
This is still the cart page. You had the items to cart, so his item is still in the cart, so he's not the winner.
I made another today.
Again, add it to cart and go to your checkpoint. That's what I need. Okay, we have a winner already. Thank you very much. So thank you. The rest, please, you can go down. Please, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So once again, okay. Yeah. Again, we have many opportunities for you on Jumia. The pay on delivery option is there. Also, the one that I know that most of us love most are people who are foodie in quotes, and that is the Jumia food. We are making use of the restaurants around here in from the other for food, and you get to the to you in less than us. So please, yes, I know the person I called, so you are going to pick randomly over there. Okay, over there in the gallery, let's check. Oh my God. Did we even make this much noise for the speakers? Okay, let's see. The two guys with the flashlight over there. Thank you.
Flashlight. Light shake carol service. Off a flashlight.
Will I say the photograph? I can see you are waving your hand passionately over there with the phone. Yes, please. Yes. Yes. Okay, both of you can wait. Sorry, I called the lady in hijab. Sorry, please.
Here's to the one we got.
For the next I'm going to get someone and I'll ask a question. Yes. Okay, who is this sure?
There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When everything was stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. Cause I can't reach out to call.
So the first question, if you are sure of yourself, if you are still sure, one, come over. Yes, yes, you. One. I have two. The one with flyer. Yes, please.
Cheers to the ones that we got. Cheers to
the man with the flashlight. You are staying here. You are staying here, please.
Toast on the way, cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back your.
Come down.
Memories bring back memories.
Now, the question is that you tell me the name of the MC in words.
You don't feel all of the hatred. Was too powerful for the start. And my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up.
Okay, you said the name of the MC in words is Ademola.
But you know I never try.
Okay, just mention two names out of the judges.
Everything gon' be alright. Raise a glass and say, hey, here's to the ones that we got.
Dr. Nima, Professor Ayede. Okay, you joined the League of the Winners.
Toast to the ones
just mention one more person out of the judges.
Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back memories.
The name of the MC is Precious Ibe. Precious Ibe.
Memories bring back your.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of our time, we have to round up. Do we have enough?
Memories bring back
already? So please, you pick as soon as possible and you record with any of my team members what you have picked.
Now the thing is very simple. Yeah, there is vouchers of 2K, vouchers of 5K, vouchers of 10K. So coming up here does not mean you are a winner. You can come up and still pick 2K. You get
and like a child, you go beat, you go stick, you go feel her. Because the blessings follow my heart. Blessings follow my heart. Nobody stress me, not to stop the I sit in my please don't Nobody stress me, not to stop the
To our speakers too. So please a round of applause for that. And also we have 2 phones over here for the winners of the 21 Jowo. So please Ibadan, make some noise again for Jumia. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't want to reason bad things no more. I don't want to go back to where I before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me.
Teacher, please bring it down. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, we'll be going into the interfaculty debate right about now. And we have this and Faculty of Arts.
The topic is nuclear armament, an intimidation tool in the international community or a necessity tool for peace. I'll take it again. Nuclear armament, an intimidation tool in the international community or a necessity tool for peace.
Precious, so what you are collecting is on behalf of everybody. Precious. Precious,
eBay.
Precious, okay. All right, cool. I believe you. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, I'd like to welcome the first speaker from the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. Can you please make some noise? Give a round of applause to Obeya Ma.
According to the UN, nuclear weapons are the most dangerous weapons on Earth. Just one of them could kill millions of people, damage the global climate, and destroy the future of generations with its long-standing toxic effects. The topic of today's debate is asking if these weapons of mass destruction are tools for intimidation or necessary tools for peace. To properly understand the topic, we will break it down using the departments in the premier faculty. So dear opponents, if you will not take it to heart, let's go to the Faculty of Arts. Let's start with the Department of English. The Oxford Dictionary defines peace as a state of serenity, of freedom from oppressive and disturbing thoughts. It also defines intimidation as to frighten or threaten somebody so that they do what you want or become less confident. Audience, comments are free, but facts are sacred. So let's count the facts. 1. Neighbors of nuclear weapon possessing countries only feel intimidated by them and peace is still not achieved. According to the Arms Control Association, Israel possesses at least 19 nuclear warheads. However, the Israeli-Palestinian crisis has lasted for decades and still doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. Also, the New York Times reported that in 2019, that the president of Turkey stated that the Israeli nuclear armament only serves to intimidate their neighbors and make them live in fear. So you see, nuclear armament cannot sing the symphony of peace, but only a cacophony of intimidation. So it is not music to our ears. 2. Nuclear armament does not achieve peace, even among countries that possess them. The New York Times reported that between 2017 and 2020, the US and North Korea repeatedly threatened each other with fire and fury. And just like 30BG versus Wizkid FC, all other nuclear weapon possessing countries continue to be at loggerheads, threatening each other with nuclear wars, from US versus North Korea to Israel versus Pakistan to Israel versus Iran. These countries are like actors at the art theater, and the plot of this drama only shows that possessing nuclear weapons is not a comic play, but a tragedy to be good. Bad leaders can do terrible things with nuclear weapons. Now, imagine if a group like the Al-Qaeda successfully assumed control of a nuclear weapon possessing country like Pakistan, just as the Taliban recently did in Afghanistan, or if a world leader decided to risk it all in war, just like as Adolf Hitler did. Even my opponents would find the method of that to be intimidating. 4. My opponents might go to linguistics and try to sway us with semantics and phonetics by defining peace as the absence of wars. But as UITs, we will say to them, no bobo, intellectual audience. Wars are not only fought physically or with nuclear weapons. Wars could be ideological, political, economical, or even fought in proxy, just as in the Cold War. In fact, nuclear weapons are used as tools for intimidation in these other wars. The Foreign Policy Research Institute reported that the US relied greatly on their possession of nuclear weapons to counter and intimidate the Eastern Bloc during the Cold War. Al Jazeera reported that this war left the rest of the world, especially African countries, politically insecure, economically unstable, and living in fear. Is this what my opponents call peace? 5. My opponents might also still say that nuclear weapons prevent nuclear wars, so they are tools for peace. But that argument bypasses logic, because the only reason we can even have nuclear wars in the first place is that nuclear weapons exist. Also, the fact that the US has not bombarded Iraq or Iran does not mean they are at peace with each other. 5. So when our opponents come here to begin to say things we don't understand, please tell them that all that one is Latin and this is not classics. 6. 5. My opponents might say 6. By definition, nuclear weapons are tools for mass destruction. So my opponent's argument in today's debate is just like arguing that hellfire is a tool for salvation. However, hellfire is a tool for punishment, but accepting Jesus or believing in Allah is a tool for salvation, as the Department of Religious Studies will teach us. So, similarly, weapons of mass destruction can only be tools for intimidation and destruction, and not a necessity for peace. 7. Peace achieved by the possession of nuclear weapons, but by a human consideration for peace, for the greater good of everyone, regardless of their sex, religion, or race. Let's do some quick history. In 1961, after the Soviet Union detonated the most powerful nuclear bomb ever made, the New York Times reported that the US was under pressure to reply and prove that they were still the most powerful nation on earth. However, present any nuclear bomb anymore. Also, in 2018, after many years of using nuclear weapons for intimidation and counter-intimidation, a North Korean leader entered South Korea for the first time since 1953 because of the consideration for the greater good. So tell my opponents from arts that even when nuclear weapons threaten to tear the world apart, peace is achieved by the goodness of the human heart. Finally, according to the New York Times, 1 in 4 American teenagers live with fear of the possibility of a nuclear holocaust. Evidently, nuclear weapons can only offer us fear and the silence that comes from being dominated and subjugated. That is the peace of a graveyard. That is my opponent's stance in today's debate. And no amount of communication and language art can change this. And this is intimidation. I rest my case.
Keep on, got me singing like na 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 na. Every day is like my eyeballs look a replay.
Thank you, Vijay. I also obey a mark from the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker from the Faculty of Arts. Coming to do justice to the topic, please welcome with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, intimidation can occur when a party has notable advantage over the other. For instance, if in the quest to win today's debate, I point a gun at the judges, my attempt at intimidating them is dependent on the knowledge that they do not possess an equivalent means of defense. However, if it becomes public knowledge that all judges had guns, my attempt at intimidation will be deterred because the consequences will be severe. Since their invention, the only time nuclear weapons were used as intimidation tool was when only one country, the US, had it, when they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The consequences intimidated Japan into immediate surrender. Today, however, we're in a system where some other nations have nuclear weapons. Just like the knowledge of guns in the hands of judges will deter desperate speakers and ensure a peaceful debate, the possession of nuclear weapons by nations checks their excesses and thus makes it a necessary tool for peace. The Collins Dictionary defines armament as all the military equipment and forces of a nation. Therefore, nuclear armament is the nuclear force of a nation, and peace in its traditional definition is the absence of war. Audience, it is no news that the 21st century has experienced the period of unprecedented world peace. Despite the increase in the production of nuclear weapons by the world powers, the use of negotiation as a means of conflict resolution continues to be favored. However, one cannot come to the negotiation table without bargaining power. Nuclear power is at this moment in history the most powerful military advantage a country can have. The consequences of a war using such weapon of mass destruction has increased the stated that in the late 1950s, both the United States and the Soviet Union were developing nuclear weapons. Both superpowers were at the brink of war, but reached an agreement to not go into nuclear war out of fear of mutually assured destruction. Mad. Without even being deployed, nuclear weapons played and continue to play necessary roles in ensuring peace. Thus, for every piece of nuclear armament a country acquires, it goes a long way into ensuring peace. Simply put, they're ensuring peace, piece by piece. Audience, it is a known fact that technology continues to advance. Our forefathers started with stones, then advanced to bows, to guns, and today we're in the era of nuclear weapons. At every point in history, there were people who saw this innovation as a step too far because newer instruments of war were capable of causing more harm than previous ones. And sadly, history is repeating itself as my opponents have chosen to see innovation as a step too far. However, since nuclear armaments are a product of technological advancement, a state defending itself with the latest military advancement is therefore necessary to ensure peace. Audience, technology is advancing. Weapons are advancing. The world is advancing, but my opponents have chosen stagnancy. In addition, my opponents, by considering nuclear armament an intimidation tool, might propose nuclear disarmament. However, according to a report by the UNFoundation.org, it states that the United Nations has sought to eliminate nuclear weapons since 1946. Ladies and gentlemen, 75 years later, 13,004 weapons reportedly remain in our world. This is because it is politically unwise to destroy your defenses in the hope that no one attacks. Even if nuclear weapons are eliminated, the resources and the knowledge to build them remains. Thus, eliminating nuclear weapons is a daydream that has no space in the reality of what. Furthermore, alliances between nations have shown that nuclear armament are not intimidation tools. Rather, they are necessary tools for peace. A nuclear world power cannot intimidate a country that has no nuclear weapon without being stopped by other world powers. This is because nuclear weapons serves as a leveling ground for the world powers, and no country wants to see another country gain so much power by having another country under its wings. Besides, nations have been known to form alliances to defend themselves against stronger nations. An example of this alliance is seen between South Korea and the United States, which has prevented any action of war from North Korea. So North Korea went to war with Korea because South Korea is not. In conclusion, they say to ensure peace, you must prepare for war. It is of war, showing a potential enemy that you have the label. We must understand that the purpose of it goes far beyond this direct potential. So while war remains possible with nuclear armament, victory in this war is far too dangerous to fight for. This very fact has made peace even more appealing. Its ability to destroy has encouraged nations to build relationships and encourage peaceful negotiations. So we urge our friends of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences to come and take art lessons because we have mastered the art of war from the Penal Faculty, Sanwo-Olu Oluwaseun.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, the second speaker, Please make welcome again. That was Oluwaseun. This particular finances and coming to debunk all that has been said. Ladies and welcome.
Ogunlana.
Opponents have come to propose that the world rest in peace is a necessary tool for peace. However, permit me to break it down. Peace by peace is a coalition of non-governmental organizations in over 100 countries to promote nuclear disarmament. This organization, also, the symbol of this organization is widely called the peace symbol. So you see that the hallmark of peace in the international community is doing this nuclear armament. According to our Control Association, only 8 countries currently possess nuclear weapons. The other countries already rely on these 8 military aid, already prove that they do not need nuclear weapons to maintain peace between these countries. So what exactly are these weapons for? Let's check the fact. The best naval institute report in September 2000.
The American president ready to go into a full-scale nuclear war with Japan if they get it. Also, fact, the biggest Canadian in July 2021, that China is ready to go into a full-scale nuclear war with other countries in 2019. Interestingly, Oxford Dictionary defines intimidation as threatening someone so that they do what you want. So you see, that the definition is simple. The fact is irrefutable. The law is irrefutable.
The law is comprehensive, but our evidence is undeniable. According to World War, in August 1945, 2 nuclear weapons of less than 70 grams were dropped over the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A war crime was committed as over 200,000 civilians were killed. Over 90% of cities were destroyed, and they were left with a lifelong list of diseases due to exposure to radiation. But my opponent still insists that this is a necessary tool for peace. This peace is only a figment of their imagination. They may also say that to achieve peace, we must first prepare for war. Let them know that victims of war crimes cannot possibly peace. After we shattered it into pieces, after the US detonated the nuclear weapons against Japan, and is in 1940. Because they were the US, already signifies it. After all, the main legislation before everyone here that the possession of the weapon is already a form of intimidation, and that in itself.
esteemed audience, it is sad that those who should be treating deficiencies are the ones bringing deficient arguments to the table. One of them. Moreover, the English dictionary explains that something is necessary if at any point it is needed to achieve a specific result that no other alternative can achieve in the same degree. And when considering effectiveness and its deterrent abilities, no other alternative does it like nuclear weapons. Thus, they are necessary for peace. The logic is simple. If my opponents are saying that nuclear weapons are not needed because there are alternatives like guns, then it would be like saying that modern medicine is not needed because there are alternatives like herbs. So, argument two. They have also said, to make matters worse, they have also said that nuclear weapons cause so much destruction, and as a result, are tools for destruction and not peace. However, according to a study by OneNetFuture.org, what we have seen from the presence of nuclear weapons is not destruction, but unprecedented world peace since the late 1940s. It is therefore obvious that although this argument appears sound, some sounds are better left unheard. Argument B. In a desperate attempt to make a point, my opponents have attempted to alter or to doctor the definition of peace in a manner that suits their argument. However, the Oxford Dictionary, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, and the Cambridge Dictionary all have one simple definition in common. Peace is the absence of war. But if the Clinical Sciences Dictionary is giving us another explanation, then you will not agree with me that that definition is only born out of desperation. Furthermore, a valid argument from the philosophy shows that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Now let's apply that. If peace is the absence of war, and the absence of war can be achieved by the possession of nuclear weapons, then peace has been achieved by the possession of nuclear weapons. Argument 4. Nuclear weapons help maintain world peace as they make countries to respect the sovereignty of other countries, even smaller ones. I mean, the only reason North Korea and the US can even be found in the same sentence is because North Korea, by virtue of possessing nuclear weapons, have ended the uneasy respect. So simply put, nuclear weapons have made the weak strong and the strong careful. In conclusion, esteemed audience, today you have peace, but the other is a threat to peace. I urge you all to hit our peace, as it is not to keep the world in one piece, and to tell my opponents respectfully to hold their peace. From the Premier Faculty, Official Exactly. People like Otito Ayene, small body, big engine. Please, we are supposed to take the rebuttals now.
You still have rebuttals?
Yes.
Rebuttals, are we ready? From the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, who's coming? Please welcome once again for 1 minute, Obeya Mark.
My opponents have come here for 8 minutes to describe cases of intimidation and counter-intimidation, but called it peace. They suggested that there has been a reduction in number of conflicts from since nuclear weapons came around. Nuclear weapons a tool for peace. Intellectual audience, let us consider this. If mutually assured destruction were truly a tool for peace, why don't we go ahead and encourage all countries and maybe even individuals to have nuclear weapons so that the peace can go round? Evidently, the reason the world powers and the UN do everything possible to achieve nuclear disarmament is in other countries is simply because they realize that weapons of mass destruction simply cannot be a tool. Opponents also missed the point. They argue weapons have come to stay, but that is not the topic of the day. If these weapons are indeed tools for intimidation or necessary tools for peace, ladies and gentlemen, the very existence of nuclear weapons themselves is a threat to human existence. And living with thoughts like this is a threat, is definitely not peace. If my opponents still insist that weapons of mass destruction are necessary tools for peace and not intimidation, then God help us all.
For the final piece of violence on this microphone, one last time, please welcome with me my friend and my brother, the second speaker from the Faculty of Arts, Okusoya Goodness.
First of all, opponents have said that nuclear weapons can be used as an intimidation tool in the hands of an authoritarian leader. However, according to BusinessInsider.com, the North Korean President Kim Jong-un is seen as one of the most authoritarian leaders in the world. However, he has never used a nuclear weapon, although they have nuclear weapons in their arsenal. This is because he understands that a nuclear war is not something worth seeing. Also, they have said that nuclear weapons killed many people in Japan during the Japan versus USA fight. However, that was because only one person had it. If Japan had a nuclear weapon, we would have not seen that kind of disaster like we saw. Also, they've also said that nuclear weapons cause environmental harm, as in the time of Japan. However, nuclear weapons can only cause environmental harm if they are used in the first place. However, for 76 years now, nuclear weapons have not been used. In fact, in 76 years, the things that have caused environmental harm are cars and the emissions from cars and airplanes. But nobody is talking about cars and airplanes being discarded. That's because we understand their importance for transportation. We also understand the importance of nuclear weapons for keeping peace. As a result, they should not be taken away. Also, they have said that peace is achieved by the virtue of human heart. However, that is wrong because facts have shown that countries by default want to dominate. But nuclear weapons are the ones stopping them. In conclusion, I want to give a strong piece of advice, and it is that the Faculty of Clinical Sciences becomes a department under the Faculty of Arts, because at this point of the competition, their history.
Mr. Goodness, how are you? Mr. Goodness, how are you? Are you fine? You're from which state? Ogun State. Alright, so quickly to the giveaway.
Sorry? Who are you? Okay, giveaway time. Now, I have 10 discount vouchers from Technicon Nigeria, and the winners are already here. I have 10 winners right here.
We're not going to give them now, just announce.
So, I'm going to be calling on, and then once you hear your name, chill. After the program, after the debate, the names of the results have been announced. You can come claim your vouchers. All right, quickly. Number 1, Osare Ogbede. 2, Okudiri Emmanuel.
3, Ebiaku Thompson. 4, Oladipupo Olawale. 5, Ifegbezon Tantolong. Number 6, Oyedijo Olawale Ogunle Tijani Olaudi. Your vouchers from Telecom. Thank you.
I should name or name. Just wait. Now, what will be hearing from one of our sponsors for crowd ginger, about Saturday.
I live in the house, we know report. Being one of the first. Our crowd, we believe so much in monetizing African content. Over here, we realize checking about YouTube. More like we rarely go $1,000 in a month. But with crowd, we provided an
Now imagine this debate was created, and half of these people have to pay for it. You would imagine how much the organizers, or even the debaters will have paid. In 2021, our problem as a nation is the fact that intelligent people are broke. While the guys who are seen as non-intelligent or not even literate have no money in their pockets. So how do we turn these guys around? We are one of the things in our crowd. Tonight I'm not going to preach too much gospel around how to manage the government, so many have a lot of ourselves and crowd and stuff. We want to do two things. One, let the video as part of our sponsorship support, which is also done. In the course of Joro, we've been able to reward over 20 people. And tonight, at the grand final, we'll be rewarding 10 more people. All you have to do to be one of the lucky winners of our movie ticket for 2, 20 gigabytes, and to get voucher, and of course, 5,000 naira cash for 3 lucky winners. All you have to do is go to www.crowd.com, www.crowd.com, click on register. Once you register, I don't have to give you 20 things to do. That is hard enough already. This is the easiest thing you will ever get tonight. Go to crowd.com, click on register, follow us on Crowd Africa social media, and you can be one of the lucky winners. So we'll also be giving a special discount for Black Friday for Crowd Africa. So for those of you who have small businesses or a startup you're trying to get it right in terms of marketing, follow us at Crowd Africa, send us a DM, we'll be giving you discounts on our Crowd Africa channel. We currently see subscribers rate of over 50 million Nigerians. Meaning, for less than 30 cover, you'll be reached a lot of Nigerians through your business. Thank you very much. I will be put that together for the representative from Crowd Africa. Up next, we have one of our sponsors, Cambridge University Press, one of our sponsors, Cambridge University Press, and they are hosting a very big event here in the University of Ibadan on Thursday. They are hosting a big event here in the University of Ibadan on Thursday. The venue is Trenchard Hall, and at 10 a.m., the event Understanding Modern Nigeria, Ethnicity, Democracy and Development. It will be at Trenchard Hall. You can register via the link showing up there. bit.nl/register for UMN. The event will be having lots of influential people. We'll be having the likes of and a host of others in the affluential launch of Professor Toyi Pamela, a book presentation by Professor Toyi Pamela will also be done by that day. There will be art exhibition, poetry, spoken words, and lots more. Be a part of the event.
Do ensure you register via. We'll be moving on to a spoken word performance, which will be followed immediately by the dance troupe. If you are here when the event started, we had the dance troupe come blow our minds away. Can we please put our hands together for the Crystals Dance Academy? Put your hands together for them. So if by any chance you missed their first performance, they'll be having a second one. You don't want to miss it. Trust me. Can we please put our hands together as we make welcome Chidinma Marcus for our spoken word performance. Put your hands together. Put your hands together as she makes her way forward.
What's up, everybody? Alright, I'm Lumina, and that's my stage name. They introduced my name earlier, that's Chidinma Marcus. I'm Lumina and I'm a white, and the poem I'm performing today is actually titled, They Call Me an African. And so, first of all, before I begin, I would like to say very thank you to TLDS for the opportunity to actually perform this. And before beginning, it's all about our development and history, and backwardness. And my shape analysis. It will align to understand the USA, countries, and other continents. I grew up on the 70 years of white noses, snowing Christmas, and Hollywood movies, and homeless. And there is violence and hate, overtime child, so to say. The radical red and more light. And more excited and discovered that this was not a God's love, but God's manipulation which shows a power and position. We were exploited out of our ignorance, and now the time has come for us to show radiance. And though we appreciate past efforts of luminance, yet there are still more ways to get radiance. If you can say yes to your brother's success without ignorance, you can embrace excellence and say yes to it and bring productivity like 5%. That the class innovations, technologies, and movies can match us. And we found the class with their own expectations. Let me tell you something. We can make our own decisions with our brains, with an ambition and reality to one thing every day. And while we embrace all the things of God, because we are to be God, we will surpass our past, the ways, and just begun. So, when the next song comes you, an African negative context, when an African doesn't know means what American thinking is better than things because think of black and black. Let this world go down in history that God made the light out of darkness. We use this world from Charles and so we Africans are bright stars that are still
Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. We'll be moving on to the dance performance. The dance performance by the Crystal Dance Academy. While the judges collate the scores, we'll be moving on to the next performance, which is by the Crystals Dance Academy. Ladies and gentlemen. Also, I'd like to specially inform you that right there, you can see where I'm pointing to. We have Nutri-Life Food. They are selling mouth-watering parfaits. Take it from me. They are selling their parfaits there. Trust me, very healthy, very tasty for just 500 naira. Next to Nutri-Life Food, we also have Delish Kilishi. You can also cop your Kilishi. Very tasty. Now, Nutri-Life are announcing the winner of their giveaway. The winner is going to win. The winner is going to win a free pack of a free plate fee. And the person who wins this is at the Tolumosho. Are you here? At the Tolumosho. If you are the winner at the Tolumosho, do ensure you go there to cop your parfait, free parfait. Now they have a second giveaway, and the second giveaway is for 5 people. The first 5 people to get there to buy parfait get it for 300 instead of 500. The first 5 people to go there to get the parfait get it for 300 and not 500. Dancers, are we ready? Are we good to go? Okay.
Chini baby, for so long I've been waiting. Chini baby, for so long I've been waiting for you, baby. For so long I've been longing. Chini baby, for so long I've been waiting. So tell me when it's gonna be on. When are you coming home back to me? I wanna know. Are you coming in June or July? Tell me now. Or will I have to wait till November? Or December? Chitty baby, when are you coming? Chitty, when are you coming? I wanna know now. When are you coming? Oh, chitty baby, when are you coming? I wanna know.
You can doubt and you can hate, but I know no matter what it takes, I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming.
Know me, only ọ̀rẹ́ mi, olólùfẹ́, ojúkò ṣàlàjàní, lọ́lọ́lùwà kò sóhun tí ó yà wá. Olómi, onítèmi, ọ̀rẹ́ mi, olólùfẹ́, ojúkò làjà torí ẹni. Lọ́lọ́lùwà kò sóhun tí ó yà wá.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical ride, and I'm so don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 rumba. Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito, no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 taqui. Tienes un besito, un aquí, pura explota como Nagasaki. Prende los motores Kawasaki, en la discota Jenny llegaron los Anunnaki, no le baje. El puri sobresale de tu traje, no trajo panticito pa' que el nene no trabaje. Y yo me sé lo que ella cree que ya se sabe, cuenta que no quiere pero me tiene espionaje. El puri sobresale de tu traje, no trajo panticito pa' que el nene no trabaje. Y yo me sé lo que ella cree que ya se sabe, cuenta que no quiere pero me tiene espionaje. Báilame como si fuera la última vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, taqui.
Nǹkan yìí dá mi lójú, ẹ̀sìn ni ó yé mi yéké. Ọjọ́ òní bá tilẹ̀ korò, ọjọ́ ọ̀la ni á dára.
Nǹkan yìí dá mi lójú, ẹ̀sìn ni ó yé mi yéké. Ọjọ́ òní bá tilẹ̀ korò, ọjọ́ ọ̀la ni á dára.
You say it badly, but I know say you the lie with the look in your eyes. Stop acting funny. Sure you know they pick my call, I don't call you 10 times. Yeah, I love you, even when I don't say you the lie. No, yeah, I miss you, even when I don't say you the no. Because of Jennifer, now she did do the da. I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Now she is smiling on my like a Lucifer. Hey, 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 Jennifer. Jennifer. Now she they do the da, Jennifer.
Every time it's in your eyes, I see my paradise. The skies are shining right up in the sky, painting words of desire.
सुरीली अखियों वाले सुना है तेरी अखियों से बहती है नींदें और नींदों में सपने कभी तो किनारे पे उतर मेरे सपनों से आजा ज़मीं पे और मिल जा कहीं पे मिल जा कहीं मिल जा कहीं समय से परे मिल जा कहीं तू भी अखियों से कभी मेरी अखियों की सुन
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows? Only time. And who can say if your love grows?
a heart shows only time. Every time I look into your eyes, I see my paradise. The stars that shine up in the sky, painting words of desire. Can this be real? Are you the one for me? You've captured my mind, my heart, my soul. You're the one I'm waiting for. There's nothing I feel, and I know that my heart will go. We'll stay forever this way. You are safe in my heart, and heart will go on.
Phrase. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Why, when he was a young warthog. When I was a young warthog. Very nice. Thanks. He found his aroma like a certain.
Award for today's event to anchor the induction and awards.
I saw that there's a need to really come out to because when I hear stories, when I hear about the history of Job, you're not the word and hope for that. These people are really invested in time, energy, and joy. And in past years they've not been celebrated. This is the 7th edition, and it is worth doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, David Adioye, Barrister Simi Olatunji, and Dr. Amobi Amaraku, to be represented by the Deputy General of Sustainability. I also like to call forward Dr. Debola Lewis, our staff advisor for the ceremony. All right, so, sir, I show my heart of appreciation for everything you've done for TLB years. And I say that all you've done is incredible. Your efforts are not going to waste. And I am happy that the dreams they dreamed is coming to accomplishment today. I remember when I came into office, the first conversation I had with respect to the nationals was with Mr. Tijani Oluwamoyo. He's a very busy man. And the conversation was not more than 7 minutes, but within that time, I was able to gain so many things, which really brought about to this event. He was one of those that helped to develop the blueprint we are using in Jowo today, which was then executed properly by Dr. Isaac Olufagbewa. Barrister Timi Olatunji is not here, he's out of the country, but he's aware that this induction will hold. Jowo started during Barrister Timi Olatunji's time. So what many of us hear is that Jowo got resuscitated in 2014. And when I ask my predecessors what really happened before 2014, they don't know. So I went to them, I know what really happened. What brought about the resuscitation? That was when the stories about how Barrister Timi Olatunji and then his executive members came about the name Jowo. Many of us don't know how Jowo came to be Jowo. So there's this quote that it is better to Jowo than to what? Wow. So that's by Winston Churchill. So in that discussion, they had an executive meeting to discuss how really they can come about this name, and then they named it Jowo. But one of the experts, then I think the PRO, if I'm not wrong, thought that it would be good enough to have Jowo. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you these 4 awesome, incredible, and phenomenal people. So yes, in my capacity as president, hereby induct Prince David Adioye into the TLDS Hall of Fame today, Monday, November 15, 2021.
Snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. let the storm rage on. Cold never bothered me anymore. It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I'm free. Let it go, let it go. I am one with the wind and sky. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. Here I stand, here I stay. Let the storm rage on.
I say yes. I know I know
My power flurries through the air into the ground. My soul is spiraling in frozen fractals all around. And once thought crystallizes like an icy blast. I'm never going back. The past is in the past. Let it go, let it go. When I rise like a break on dawn. Let it go, let it go. That perfect girl is gone. Here I stand in the light of day. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway.
Lastly, before we leave, it is important that I state, please, before I go ahead, a resounding applause. A resounding applause. Give me a resounding applause. The success of TLDS is one that required a lot of effort. And if you've been in the system, you know how tough it is to get things done. Today, I want to celebrate our father. Dr. Demola Lewis. Dr. Demola Lewis is the Deputy Dean of Students and is a very, very, very busy person. But then still finds time for students. He's very friendly, very accommodating. Father, sir, I say a very big thank you. On behalf of my predecessors, I say very thank you. Celebrate you.
I can see
Please accept
waiting
this.
for me.
Yes, this national competition. He has done a lot, really. He has done a lot. And I pray that God will remember his son.
You were no one's before. They can say it all sounds crazy.
All right, so next is the award nominations. There are 7 different categories and the results are ready. I'll be fast about this. Yes, last week we saw the different categories and I'm happy to inform you that there are winners. I also like to state what they'll be winning alongside the plaques. Now, for the winners of the inter-hall, inter-faculty competition, let me start with the nationals. For the national contest, the first position will be going home with a trophy, a smartphone from Junior, and a book hamper from Pan-African University Press. The second position, a trophy, a smartphone, and a book hamper from Pan-African University Press. The third position, a trophy, earpods from Junior, and a
book and part from Pan-African University Press. For the winners of the halls and faculties, we have the trophy, we have plaques, we have tablets. They also get 3 months paid ambassadorial dues with FMK savings. They get data support for 1 month of skill energy. They get a discounted price to learn any digital skill and an internship opportunity with Junior. For the runners-up go home with plaques, tablets, paid internship opportunities with FMK savings, and 3 months free subscription. For the rookie of the year, will bring you a branded laptop from Junior. 3 months internship opportunity with Skill Engine and an opportunity to learn a digital skill for free. For the overall best speaker, the overall best speaker is bringing you with one cash prize, tablet. Most outstanding speaker. Okay, so now for the overall best speaker, we have 4 nominees: Aisha Yusuf, Soya Williams, Ayesara Okoto, and Barnabas Michael. Of all 4 categories, the winner, who is going home with cash prize, a plaque, and tablet, is Ayesara Okoto. Ayesara Okoto, are you there? Okay. For the most outstanding speaker, the most outstanding speaker goes on with plaque, cash prize, and tablet. There are 4 nominees. We have Olajide Olaji, Komisoya Province, Adekunle Teresa, and Sultan Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the most outstanding speaker award is Komisoya. Overall best speech. Now, the overall best speech, this is a single speech that has the highest score at Jordan. A single speech that has the highest score. And there are 4 nominees: Georgiana Riven, Adeyinka Gold, Ogbonna Chidera, and Barnabas Michael. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Adeyinka Gold. He has the single speech with the highest mark at Jordan. The overall best female speaker. Now, okay. The overall best speaker by the same criterion for choosing overall best male and female speaker. So since the overall best speaker is a male, we'll definitely have the overall best speaker. So if it were to be a female that won the overall best speaker, we'll have the overall best female speaker. So for the overall best female speaker, we have Adeleke Taiwo, Aisha Yusuf, Ewaoje Joy, and Adekunle Teresa. The winner is Aisha Yusuf. For the overall best,
all the shine with 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough.
A round of applause for our
be enough.
as the overall resolution
These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough. Never be enough for me. Never, never.
This is the simple highest score as gold. And we have more than this highest accomplishment. I bring you the director, Bawa and Barak, and the other individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Barometer, the Brothers Award goes to
all stars steal from the night sky will never be enough. Never be enough. Towers of gold still these hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough. Never be enough.
The overall best finalist is that Jason Black. The free CD review from Steven and extended price. The nominees are Santori Oluwaseun, Adekunle Faisal, Family Adekunle, Mokontaya Adekunle, and Sheldon Ogunlade. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the overall best finalist speaker award goes to Family Adekunle. All right. So, okay, great. Adeleke Fafure. So yes, may we have one of the judges
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience.
The TV you're on the planet.
We had a much improved set of presentations this year, largely because of the book camp, I think. And so the argumentation was quite intense and all of that. But something we noticed, the judges in general, we find out that debaters are a bit too tense, and the pace is somewhat too fast because they're trying to push too many points at a time. Now, the truth of the matter is, people who are calm are more convincing. I'll point to 3 speakers today who were calm. The gentleman from Ife. Very calm. And the 2 speakers from the Faculty of Arts. So the idea is not to be fussy about our points, but to present them in a confident manner that convinces people. So we just make points, but you probably are not convincing people. So if you're calm about it, collected, it means that you are reflective and you're trying to use the logic, not the force. So that's important for us to take. At that juncture, I'd like to call on Dr. Badamosi to give the results. And then a big thank you to all the judges that have helped Mr. Teller, everybody, because they've given their time. It's not been very easy for all of us, but they've been very, very participative. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. JAWA 2021. Thank you.
We've come to the moment you've all been waiting for, the Rookies Oratory Contest. As you can all remember, we had 4 speakers. Okay? The first speaker was Erimola John. He has a total of 69.75%. Followed by Abdurrahman Adebayo, who has a total of 73.5%. And Olabisi Onodayo, 71.25%. And the last but not the least, Adejare David, who has a total of 58.5%. So the winner is Abdurrahman Adebayo, with a total of 73.5%. The first runner-up is Olabisi Onodayo, 71.25%. The second runner-up is Erimola John, 69.75%. The best speaker today is Sultan Abuba.
Put your hands together for Sultan Abdullahi, guest speaker for today's event.
It's getting quite hotter here.
In the words of Thames, crazy things are happening. I can confirm to you that I have the winner for the university category. It was a tough battle, fiercely fought, but eventually a winner emerged. I'll be announcing the results. The 5th position for today's debate, with a resounding applause, make some noise for, with 47.25 points, Olabisi Onabanjo University. Very closely behind, listen, very closely behind is the 4th position with 49.75 position. 49.75%. The 4th position goes to the Federal University of Technology, Akure.
49.75%.
Now, the second runner-up and 3rd position, second runner-up with a whooping 62.5%. Make some noise for our university, our very dear university, University of Ilorin. And the winner. Now we have 2 universities left. I think you should know by now. The great Obafemi Awolowo University and the University of Ibadan. I want to tell you categorically that the winner is among those 2.
Wait, where's the 3rd position? Come and back his body.
Can we put our hands together as the 3rd position from the University of Ilorin collects its award? Put your hands together as you come forward. Put your hands together.
University of Ilorin.
University of Ilorin, put your hands together.
Anybody, if I sound if I catch you, okay. In like manner, the second position with 80.75 points makes some noise for the great Obafemi Awolowo University. Please come out and receive your prize. Put your hands together. It goes on with a pack of books from Cambridge University Press, a phone, new for 5, plaque, and a trophy. Put your hands together, put your hands together. And the winner of the Inter-University competition. No university, all very dear university, the greatest, the best, and the best. Make some noise for the University of Ibadan.
Social justice, equal chance, and great as all. Wisdom says to service, is before we announce the results for the hall and faculties, quite impression who gave out 2 perfumes. The first winner is Ariyo Tolu Deborah. The second winner is Adeleye Oma. So those winners should please meet Lois. They should meet Lois. Where is he? Where is Will? Lois should take him to Neye. Neye. Yeah. Make sure you meet her for your prize. Ariyo Tolu Deborah and Adeleye Oma. Ladies and gentlemen, Southwoods, I'm calling your name again. If you post any result, I want you. I can confirm that in my left hand is the result for the Inter-Hall and the Inter-Faculties for JOWA 2021. I will start with the Inter.
No, let me start with. There was which one has more gap? This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one has more.
I will start with the Inter-Faculty. We have between the Faculty of Arts and the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, do I have everybody's attention? And the winner for JOWA 2021 faculty category. DJ Ikus, where is my host here? All the
Disturbing America. Disturbing America. First time in America. Disturbing America. Disturbing America. Disturbing America. First time in 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 America. Disturbing America. First time in.
Now, for the results for this result makes me realize that it is not always, the saying that goes, what an elder sees when they sit down, the child cannot see when they climb the tree. But with this result, it's showing me that the children are already flying drones and are even surpassing the elders. Trust me, this result will blow your mind. This result will prove to you that it is not by making mouth and carrying method. Trust me. And the winner for the whole category, John World 2024.
Interrimo ad appare dorime, ameno, ameno, lanciremo, dorime, ameno, o mandare imperavi, ameno, dimere, manciremo, ameno. Umanare imavi munare, ameno, umanare imperavi munare, ameno, ameno dore, ameno dorime.
It's
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
you feel? How do you feel? Your life, your life.
I'm so excited.
All right, great. Let's do that again, please. Let's do that again. Thank you, thank you. I'm done. Please, can you please end broadcast, end broadcast.